Hello everybody, welcome back to Let's Play 428 Shibuya Scramble. Last time, yeah, 6 bad endings, huh? That was a thing. But anyway, last time... Thank you. With Kano... Oh, yes, I know. Okay, yes, tutorial that I read previously. Yes. Thank you. 5 protagonists available. Okay. So, with Kano, what the hell did he do last time? Wait, I need to mull it over with him. He was too late. Well, with Achi, at the very least, he was able to save Hitomi, who was like trying to... Oh, wait, yeah, now I remember what he was doing, but I already started with him. But yeah, Hitomi, she was trying to pay a ransom for her kidnapped sister, and yeah, she made the trade-off. But then when the police were chasing the guy that she gave the money to, another guy came up on her with a gun, probably to abduct her, and Achi saved her. They ran away, and then they got cornered by the guy with the gun. And Kano was a part of the crew that was chasing after the other guy with the money, and the guy with the money, who was a foreigner, dropped off the money to somebody on a motorcycle, and both got away. But Kano saw where the guy on the motorcycle was going, and yeah, we're going to be following up with that. Not yet. Nor are we going to be following up with this, because this requires all of my attention. I am so excited to see where this is going. This music, it's so hot. It's so hot in this thing. Way too hot. I feel like I'm sitting in a sauna. Everyone else on the street looks nice and cool. But here I am getting treated to my very own personal midsummer heat wave. On top of that, I can barely see. I can barely breathe, for that matter. But hey, what can I do? I need this job, man. Huff, huff, pant, pant. Huff, huff, pant, pant. Oh, I am so thirsty. Some iced tea would be amazing right now. I'm going to pass out from dehydration at this rate. If this is... I will make this the thumbnail. Like, just this. Just this. Tama stares directly into your soul. It was actually pretty freaky. Yeah, I'm going to pass out from dehydration at this rate. I may as well admit it. I underestimated how tough this would be. Who knew wearing a mascot costume could be so uncomfortable? A delicate young lady like myself has no business doing this sort of job. I suddenly have so much respect for people on those superhero team shows. Like, can you imagine doing action scenes in something like this? Heck, all I'm doing is standing here and I'm this close to calling it quits. But I can't. I need the work. I need the money. This is no time to be a wuss. If I give up on this, what else am I possibly going to do? Check out the revolutionary new diet drink, Burning Hammer. Burning Hammer, that's a freaking wrestling move. I thrust a free sample toward passerby while shouting as loud as I can. You're explaining the concept of free sample. Okay. A free portion, usually quite small, of a product given out to consumers as a sales gimmick. Allows them to test the quality and effect of a cosmetic or health product prior to purchase, frequently referred to as a trial size or freebie version of the product. In addition to passing out free samples on the streets, some shops also include free samples with purchased products. Please note that simply taking a product without paying for it in order to test it out is theft. Don't do it. This game's rated T, you're not talking to freaking children. Come on and give it a try. Dang. Oh, it's no use. People just walk by one after the other. They avoid looking at the sample. It's been like this ever since I started standing here. What gives? You'd figure at least one person would have taken a bottle by now. I mean, it's free, but I haven't managed to give away a single one. If this keeps up, there's no way I'm getting paid. And then this whole miserable experience will have all been for nothing. Just drink this and watch the pounds melt away. No exercising or dieting necessary. That sounds way too good to be true. I can hear the desperation in my own voice. Just burn! 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 Burn those pounds away! They're giving me cold looks now. They probably think I'm some shyster trying to offload dodgy product. It's that simple. That simple, folks. You just drink the weight away. I guarantee it. Heck, this whole thing reeks of a scam to me, too. In other words, it seems extremely dubious or suspicious. The word scam, referring to a type of dishonest scheme, is actually of unknown origin. Several folk etymologies have been proposed, including that it comes from a simple shortening of scandalous misdeeds. But these claims have little evidence to support them. We get into etymology now? Losing weight just by drinking some concoction is way too good to be true. Looks directly at Slim Fast. But still, free is free. You'd think I'd be able to give one or two away. It's not like I'm not trying. Okay, pep talk time. You can do this. Think about the money. Just start with one bottle. Alright, I'm going to give this bottle away to the next person I see, no matter what. I close my eyes and gather my determination. I just need to get started, and momentum will build from there. Well, they look creepy. Alright, eyes open. There are two people walking in my direction. Wait, two? Oh no, which one do I pick? If I keep waffling, they're both going to pass me by. I just need to hand this bottle off. Which one of these guys looks more likely to take it? Clutching the free sample of my furry fist. I'm gonna play it safe and go with disheveled guy. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it off on the disheveled fellow to my right. To my surprise, he takes it. Huh? What's this? He asks, lifting an eyebrow as he looks at the bottle. I flap my fuzzy arms and strike a cute pose as I launch into the product pitch. It's Burning Hammer, the #1 new diet drink. Please give it a try. No thanks, the man says. I'm good. I keep my arms held open wide and pretend I didn't hear that. Look, he says, I'm in a hurry. You should give this to someone else. He tries to hand the sample back to me, but I hold my ground. Why is... Yeah, that... I just picked up on this. She's speaking in first person, while Achi and Kano had the third person applied to them. Making note of that. For a few moments, we are at a silent impasse. Maybe he's weirded out by my cat alter ego holding its freeze frame pose, because eventually he looks away, slips the bottle into his pocket, and walks off. I did it! I finally got someone to take one. But there are still so many samples left. My brief surge of excitement dies before it can fully take hold. I wonder how the other mascot is doing about now. There's a sales demo happening today at 1 o'clock at the Nokane building. Huh? Looks like the chicken has handed out all kinds of samples. I don't get it now. How come nobody is taking any of mine? What could I possibly be doing wrong? I look at the clock. It's a little after 11. My morning of wandering around hawking diet drinks is just about over. I'll need to get ready to head over to the sales demo. Oh, that was what she was saying out loud to herself. Okay. I'd love to take the costume off, but then I'd have to carry it. The samples I haven't given out are almost too heavy as it is. Oh well, I might not have gotten results, but I tried my best. Sure hope they don't withhold my pay or anything. Can't have that now, can you? Hey, what gives? You got that many left? Oh, Chicken speaks with a female voice. Yeah, she can be a butch. Yeah, I reply sheepishly. Nobody seems to want to take mine. Well, I mean, are you looking for the right targets? Huh? Like groups of girls or bored-looking older ladies? Those are the types you gotta be gunning for, you know. Wow, I hadn't even considered that. Now that she says it, it seems so obvious. This is a diet drink after all. Of course, I'm not gonna have any luck trying to foist it off on random guys. Well, whatever, the chicken says. Here, give me the samples you've got left. I hand over my samples and the chicken dumps the whole lot into her basket. I'll drink whatever's left so they don't find out you didn't pass them out, she says. Huh? Wait, like, all of them? Yeah, all of them. The chicken sounds pretty confident in herself. These may just be sample-sized bottles, but still, they add up to a lot. I can feel myself on the brink of tears at the kindness of her offer. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. I bow deeply, which makes my mascot head wobble. Leaving the station behind, we head down Center Gai towards the Nokane building. A multi-tenant office building in Udagawacho, located in Center Gai, Shibuya's downtown district. In addition to hosting the weight loss drink sales demo, the building is also home to the Foreign Capital Protection from Japan Cellcom, the IT mainstay Shibuya On-Net, SON, video game developer Shindai Tradco, and Strike Back Labs, publisher of the monthly magazine Science Strikes Back, along with many other businesses. Oh, I'm sorry, many others' businesses. The Burning Hammer sales demo is going to be held there this afternoon. The job's supposed to pay 10,000 yen for the day, but if we can sell at least 100 bottles at the demo, they've promised another 10,000 on top of that. I need to make sure I sell those 100 bottles. I need that 20,000 yen and I need it ASAP. Oh my god. Okay. We arrive at the Nokane building, a rundown multi-tenant office complex. We head into the room where the Burning Hammer sales demo is taking place. There are already about 50 seats set out. I wonder how many people the free samples will pull in. A stage has been set up at the far end of the room. That's where I'm going to be standing, sipping Burning Hammer while explaining its effects to the customers. Hurry up and take that thing off. The chicken flaps her wings as she speaks. It's kinda early, but come on, let's have lunch. I'm starving. Now that she mentions it, I realize I'm pretty hungry myself. The demo's not starting for another 2 hours. Oh, well, dang, y'all got time. I can't win a war against my stomach for that long. The chicken and I head to the waiting room where they set out our lunches for us. Mind getting my back real quick? The chicken asks. She arches her back toward me. Apparently she can't reach her own zipper. That's not good. Oh, Sherry, just give me a sec. Try to unzip the back of the chicken suit, but my own suit's thick, fuzzy fingers have a hard time of it. What's the holdup? Come on, I'm roasting in this thing. Hurry up and get it off me. I've almost got it. It's just awkward with these mitts. Finally, I get hold of the zipper and yank it. Oh no. Downward. Oh, okay. I thought it was about to break. A girl emerges from the chicken as if the chicken itself were an egg. Phew. I'm alive. Her red sweatshirt is drenched in sweat. Almost at once, she's kicking back and cooling off with the hand fan. Sorry, but would you mind getting me too? I ask. Yeah, okay. I turn my back to the girl. I hear metal clacking behind me. At long last, I'm about to be free of this 5-ton fursuit. Huh? The girl murmurs awkwardly. Huh? What? A spike of anxiety hits me. What's wrong? I ask. Yeah, that's a no-go. Zipper's busted. What? Yeah, sorry. This thing ain't coming off. What? My vision gets dark. No. No, no! I tug desperately at the costume, but no luck. I'm trapped inside. Can't you just take the head off and, like, just and try to slip out of the suit through the head hole? No? Okay. Oh, what the crap? Ah, well, we can talk to the boss about it when he gets back, the girl says. I mean, it's not like we can just cut it off you with scissors or anything. She sounds entirely unconcerned. It's so unfair. I need to get this off. I need to get out of this stuffy, sweltering steam bath as soon as possible. All I can do is clench my fist in impotent rage. But anyway, good work out there today, the girl continues. I'm Chihiro Sugi, by the way. You can just call me Cheery. She smiles as she introduces herself. I mean, I am a pretty cheery gal after all. She breaks into a hearty guffaw. Oh, sure, I say. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're not going to be able to eat lunch in that get-up, huh? Huh? Gah, that's right. What should I do? Don't sweat it, just leave it to me. Huh? I'll eat both lunches myself. Wow, you. She really is. Cheery doesn't even wait for me to reply before reaching for my lunch. Be ashamed to let it go to waste, she says. She makes it sound like leftover food is a bigger concern than my hunger. I can feel my appetite stirring, all the more as she devours my meal with a satisfied grin on her face. A faint, pathetic gurgle rises from my belly. It's just a cheap little pre-packaged box lunch, but right now it looks like a feast. So what's your name? Cheery asks. Her cheeks are still packed with rice. My name? Yeah. Oh, it's, As I struggle to think of an answer, my eyes alight in the piece of tamagoyaki clutched between Cheery's chopsticks. The yellow slab of lightly grilled egg wobbles to and fro. I can see the inside from the way it's been sliced. It looks somewhat undercooked. Come on, what's your name? Oh, right, Tama. It's Tama. Huh? You mean like the famous cat? Well, ain't that fitting? Tama and Friends, I remember that show. Who said cats and dogs can't get along? Okay. Cheery chortles and stuffs a piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth, and takes a big swig of iced tea. God, some iced tea would be freaking good right now. I am beyond jealous. I wish I could gorge myself on those lunchboxes until I'm full to bursting. Heck, even a cold glass of iced tea would be a lifesaver right now. I'm so thirsty I'm starting to get all dizzy. Maybe I really am getting dehydrated. This isn't good. If I don't do something, I'm gonna pass out before the sales demo even starts. And then I remember something. The zipper down my back might be busted, but I can still take the head off, right? Yeah, see? Logical thinking. That way I'd at least be able to eat and drink stuff. Alright. Decide to, I don't like how it's worded with all my might. Rock my head back and forth good and hard. That one doesn't fill me with much joy either. Let's ask Cheery for help. I decide to ask Cheery. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my... Ow! Feel a dull throbbing pain at the back of my head. Like I bumped my head somewhere, but I don't remember doing that recently. Cheery flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? She asks. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. Aww. I slump forward in defeat, face planting on the tabletop. No. Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know. Well, I didn't. The boss helped me get into it, is the thing. Well, don't let it get you down, Cherry says. Here, drink some of this. She pulls a bottle with a straw from her bag and pours some of the tea into it. In a fever of thirst, I jam the plastic straw through the mascot costume's mouth. Thankfully, it reaches as far as my own. See, it all worked out. I suck for all I'm worth. I suck and I suck and I suck. My body rejoices as the moisture returns to it, like rain coming to the desert. And thus, I revive. Actually, it kind of does feel like I'm coming back to life. Oh, thank you so much. I am never going to forget this as long as I live. With tears welling up in my eyes, I clutch Cherry's hand in my fuzzy mitts. Oh, hey, I'm not the kind of person to abandon someone in need, you know, she replies. I'm actually kind of shocked. An embarrassed grin crosses her face. How come you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway? I ask. Oh, that's 'cause I make my own protein juice. You. In Japan, the word protein is frequently used to refer to a powdered health food supplement that contains vitamins and minerals as well as a protein component. Suddenly, Danganronpa 1 makes way more sense. It is dissolved in milk or another liquid to create a drink. A protein diet typically involves drinking a glass of this in place of a meal. Drinking it in place of tea would assuredly lead to weight gain. Yeah. Protein juice? Never heard of it. Oh my god, so she's obsessed with weight loss products just so she can continue to eat all she wants. Okay then, I heard that if you have a protein juice for one of your 3 meals a day, you'll lose weight. So yeah, I kinda need to keep it. Given Cherry's chubby frame, I don't think the protein's been working so great for her. I've been trying all sorts of stuff, but right now protein is totally the best thing for my diet. This stuff though. Cherry casts her eyes at the samples of burning hammer on the table. It's like, totally bogus. Huh? Bogus? That's a surprise. No, it's not. Well, yeah, Cherry says. You gotta exercise if you want to burn body fat. The best way to burn fat is to engage in steady, low-intensity aerobic exercise. After roughly 20 minutes of such exercise, the body burns through its available blood sugar, and the brain sends signals to have fat brought into the bloodstream. This is how fat is burned. Anaerobic exercise, which leaves you panting and breathless, is not effective. Huh. Thought it was, but... Or is that just for stamina building? But, well, whatever. She smacks herself on one flabby arm. I mean, there's no way you're going to lose weight by taking in more calories. Huh? Didn't she just say she was drinking protein juice to lose weight? I keep that thought to myself. I mean, that's as ridiculous as all-you-can-eat Kobe beef, she adds. She shakes her head seriously. I'm not sure about using all-you-can-eat anything as an example in a discussion about weight loss. But again, I keep the thought to myself. But hey, a job's a job, Cherry says after a moment, perking up again. They tell me to sell this junk, I'll sell it. A sudden wailing comes from the other side of the door. Please, just give me time. I swear I'll get it back to you. What the heck? Cherry says. Is that the boss? I nod. That's definitely Mr. Yanagishida's voice. He's the guy who hired me. Sidling up alongside Cherry, I very quietly open the door and take a peek inside. Mr. Yamagashita is down on his hands and knees, begging, while 2 uncouth-looking men glower at him. Just a little more time, that's all I ask, he pleads. Once I sell this stuff, I can pay you back. I see a tiny bottle of burning hammer in his hand. Just a little more. My eyes are Oh, what? Just a little more, mimics the middle-aged fellow. I just gotta sell this. We heard enough of that out of you. Yeah, the younger guy sneers. We ain't giving you any more time, so quit asking. But I just really need a little longer this time. Please, you gotta believe me. See, look at how much he's bowing. Just... Why are you underneath Cheery in the... Okay, whatever. From the look of things, Mr. Yanagashita is dealing with some loan sharks. Though it seems obvious that this term refers to a toothy predators of the deep, the word shark in this case actually has its origins in an older Germanic word meaning parasite, or someone who preys on others. The same word gave rise to the terms pool shark and card shark. In the case of loan sharks, though, the initial mental image seems quite appropriate. And the two thugs are clearly in no mood for his continued groveling. Cheery and I exchange a glance. It's probably best if we don't go out there right now. But now I'm really worried. Am I actually going to get paid for this gig? As I'm pondering that, one of the men grabs Yanagashita by the nape of the neck and drags him to his feet. Come with us, pal. We'll talk to you someplace you can, work off your debts. Say what? Mr. Yanagashita wails. The two men drag him away. Huh. Guess he's gone then, Cheery says. She's already starting to pack up her things. Wait, what are you doing? I ask. Going home. Not much point sticking around. Going home? I mean, the demo show ain't happening now. Anyhow, it was nice working with you. See ya. Moments later, Cheery is out the door. Now what do I do? I've been left here all by myself. More or less at a total loss. What? We did all this for a bad end? Our poor feline friend isn't going to get paid now that those debt collectors showed up and dragged her boss away. If a certain someone hadn't told the thugs how to get to the Nokune building, they probably wouldn't have caught Yanagashita. The right decision happens at 11:15, but who has to make it? So someone's gonna see some thugs, but don't tell them to go to Nokune. Got it. Interesting. So who looks like the type to give advice? I mean, you're kind of indisposed right now. Not you. Let's try Hideo Kojima. I mean Osawa. They got the same glasses, the same goatee now? Like, wealth, status, honor. None of these mean anything to me. All I want is a peaceful life. To put worry behind me. To stay calm and serene. To be free of worldly concerns. Free at any cost. A cheery rhythm pumped from the CD player set up against the study wall. It was the latest hit from Aya Kamiki, the songwriter sensation who was blowing up the pop charts. We're back in third person. Okay, that's very suspicious. Kenji Osawa reached for the stereo remote on his desktop. He ratcheted the volume up a little louder. He looked like the sort of man who'd be more interested in classical music, but in fact he was a huge fan of the girl rock popular with middle schoolers. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music, humming his favorite lyrics under his breath. But his movements faltered. It's no use. Aya's voice usually soothed whatever ailed him, but today even she couldn't help. Today, Osawa was a complete wreck in both body and mind. Oh. Yeah, he's the father. Mounds of paperwork were scattered across the desktop in his study. All of it about viruses and vaccines, or maybe not. It had only been a week since he'd returned from a business trip to his company's branch office in the US. He was slated to go back in another week's time. There was a truly staggering amount of work he needed to get through while he was at home. He picked up one of the papers, glanced at it aimlessly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a long, deep sigh. He was in no mental state to work right now. A faint knock at the door barely roused him from his torpor. "Director, may I come in?" It was his vice director, Mamoru Tanaka. "Sure, the door is open." Tanaka came into the study. "I know it's not a great time, but..." Osawa could barely make out his words. He tapped the remote, lowering the volume of the music. Tanaka continued apologetically. "A call came in from the lab. They're hoping for a response to the email they sent yesterday." "I'm sure they don't need it today." "Apparently they do need an answer as soon as possible, sir. I did ask them to give you some more time, but..." "I see," Osawa said wearily. "All right, then." Tanaka dipped his head slightly and slipped out of the room. Osawa contemplated his colleague. Tanaka was a man he could truly depend on. He has enough of his own work to do. He didn't need to come here again today, but he did. They'd been working in close concert ever since Osawa had gotten back to Japan. Without Tanaka's support, there was no way he would be in a mindset to do any work at all right now. Sidling up to his computer, Osawa opened his email program and started answering the work-related messages. He reported on his business travel expenses, offered his opinions on capital investments, requested confirmation on certain medicinal stockpiles. He worked with bleak detachment. None of this meant anything to him right now. And a new email opened in his inbox, or appeared in his inbox. The sender was identified simply as A. The subject line read, "1 year ago, South Africa." The message body was blank, but there appeared to be multiple images attached. Obviously, Osawa would have deleted a message like this immediately, assuming that it contained some kind of virus. But the word South Africa drew his attention. Could this possibly be related to... He couldn't help but to wonder. For a long moment, he hovered the cursor over one of the image files. At last, as if spurred on by the upbeat rhythm in his ears, he double-clicked the mouse. Well, that's creepy. What is this? The grainy photograph showed a large room with a dozen or so people laid out in beds. It appeared to be some kind of medical ward. Osawa felt a strange flutter in his chest. He quickly opened another image. This one showed a close-up of one of the patients in his bed. Large red blotches covered his face. A large volume of blood appeared to be dripping from his ears and nostrils. A cold shudder ran up through Osawa's spine. What the hell? These symptoms. Osawa opened up the remaining image files. Each new picture showed another of the patients. They all appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. There was no doubt about it. These people were infected with the UA virus. Or UA virus? Oh, wow, okay. The UA virus. 1. The UA virus belongs to a family of Filaviridae genus Lucky virus. It's a member of the same family as the Ebola virus and causes UA victims for fulminant hemorrhage fever. It is capable of airborne transmission, although an infected individual cannot pass on the infection before symptoms manifest. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, have assigned the views to Risk Group 4, or virus, rather, their classification for the most dangerous infectious agents. But how? Questions tumbled through Osawa's mind. His fingers tapped out a quick message. He doubted he'd get a response, but he might as well try. Who are you? Where are those images from? The UA virus got its name from a Swahili word for flower. UA virus 2. The virus is roughly 90... Oh, okay, nanomillers. Meters. I'm about to say, like, that a virus should not be visible like that, but no, nanometers. Okay, the virus is roughly 90 nanometers to 110 nanometers in diameter and 500 nanometers to 700 nanometers long. Because of its pronounced sickle-like shape, it is sometimes known as the sickle of death. It produces or possesses a viral envelope, the surface of which is coated with spike-shaped protein protuberances. Yep, see, right there, nanometer. I mean, granted, I did say it before I read down there, but it's not like it's the hardest thing in the world. I mean, I just didn't know the exact, scientific notation for 1 nano. But according to them, it's 1/1000th of a meter. So, yeah, that's real small. And after a sudden jump cut, we're back. Alright. Supposedly, this was based on the fact that the propagated form of the virus resembled the petals of a flower. Despite the flowery name, however, the disease was anything but pretty. It's very chilling that I'm... this guy's thing is chronicling a freaking virus in the middle of the pandemic, just saying. Didn't just mean flower. It also meant to kill. As the name suggested, the virus had a mortality rate of 100% in those it managed to infect. Holy shit, that is actually frightening. Because most details regarding the UA virus have been suppressed, cases of UA infection are largely unknown to the world at large. Because all patients known to be infected with the virus on official record have died within a short time frame, the mortality rate is given as 100%. As the incidence of known cases grows, the number may drop below 100%, but the mortality rate will likely remain extraordinarily high. Okay. Moreover, there is a very short incubation period between infection, the onset of symptoms, and death. That is frightening. Inhaled viral particles can spread from the lungs to the lymph nodes, and from there disperse throughout the body. The virus propagates in several places, including liver cells and macrophages, a component of the immune system, and destroys the endothelial cells within blood vessels. Upon reaching the brain, it forms a neural sludge of blood mixed with other bodily fluids. Well, damn, is this a virus or a chemical weapon? Like, holy shit. Within roughly 12 hours, bleeding would set in throughout the body, everywhere but the bones and muscles, with lethal results. Somebody's going to contract this in this game, aren't they? Due to its incredibly high mortality rate, the disease's very existence had been kept hidden from public knowledge. Osawa's computer chimed to signify the arrival of a new email. The sender was A. He hurried to open the message. Once again, the subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. Your crimes. Osawa stared at those words. My crimes? That left him with only further questions. He looked again at the images from the previous email. What makes any of this my crimes? He could see that the patient's bleeding was severe. He estimated that several hours had passed since the onset of the disease. It wouldn't be long before their lives were cut short. To feel that agony, that suffering, and then to perish. Am I to blame for that? Another faint knock came at the door. Darling, do you have a moment? It was his wife, Ai. Give me just a second. Osawa hurriedly closed the mail program. Even if this was nothing more than some sick prank, it wasn't anything he wanted his family to see. Especially not I. Alright, come in. But Osawa turned to see that Ai had already let herself into the study. The sharp sting of her perfume made him scrunch up his face for a moment. Have you reconsidered the whole America thing? She asked. This again, Osawa thought sullenly to himself. Please, he said. Can we not discuss this right now? If not now, then when? You know this isn't a decision to just make on your own. On his latest business trip, a major American pharmaceutical firm had attempted to headhunt him, asking him to join them and be among the top researchers in the world. The money and prestige held no interest for him, and he was reluctant to turn his back on Akoshi Pharmaceutical after his many years of service. This pharmaceutical company, for which Kenji Osawa works, it is a major corporation with a solid sales network both domestically and internationally, and an annual turnover of 1 trillion yen. That's a lot. It holds patients for several medications that are in demand worldwide, and is influential at the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, and other political institutions. The company employs roughly 7,000 people, including 600 researchers. Nonetheless, he was intrigued by the offer. It would mean the chance to conduct his virus research in a much better funded environment. Taking the job would necessitate relocating to the US, however. When he mentioned the possibility of immigrating to Ai, she shot the idea down on the spot. Her opposition was understandable. Ai's father, Suguru Makino, was a member of Akoshi Pharmaceutical's board of directors. No way was he going to let Osawa jump ship to another company. Darling, please. Ai drew in closer to him. Think about it from my perspective. If you leave for America, what am I supposed to tell my father? He'd gotten so used to it, that grating whine of hers. Whoa, calm down, Osawa. Have you considered what might happen to Akoshi if you leave, dear? We can discuss that once all this is finished. Osawa kept his voice as level as he could. You do remember that you're a director, right? I said. You have responsibilities. Stop thinking about yourself so much. With a sour look, I turned and departed. That's a mixed bag. Because, yeah, he is a director of Akoshi, but, I mean, if there's more money and more opportunities to make if you go to America, I mean, you can't really fault him. But I can understand her wanting, like, the family practice to, like, keep running, but yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Well, he had known that moving to America would never be a simple matter, regardless of what his wife thought about it. There was another reason, however, the antiviral agent that he had developed at Akoshi. Okay, a therapeutic drug used to treat viral infections. Examples include the drugs used against influenza and HIV. These treatments do not eliminate the infection. Rather, they simply inhibit the development of the disease. There are still many issues with such drugs, including the risk that treated viruses possess or develop a resistance that makes the treatment ineffective. Academic institutions and pharmaceutical companies worldwide devote tremendous resources to further advancing the field of antiviral medicine. After the UA virus was discovered, infectious disease research facilities worldwide had thrown themselves into a top-secret effort to develop a vaccine. Okay, well, hey, you're gonna be learning something about COVID today. Vaccines function by safely introducing a harmless or attenuated version of a virus or other pathogen into the human body. This triggers the body to produce antibodies against the pathogen, making it difficult for the dangerous version to take hold. It makes it difficult, doesn't like shield you outright, but hey, some defense is better than none. But Makino had ordered Osawa to work on creating an antiviral agent, not a vaccine. Oh. So we're going with a corrupt yeah, like sort of a corrupt pharmaceutical company. Well, hold on now. Like, we don't want people to, to get like the one-time vaccine and then their bodies can like fight against the virus. No, rather, we'll just keep doing antiviral agents. That way, when they're no longer effective, we can make a new one that's effective and keep getting money off of it for years to come. They want that long-term money, not the short-term money of a vaccine. The vaccine immunized the subject in order to prevent infection in the first place. Conversely, an antiviral agent can be used to treat patients already infected. It was a so-called wonder drug for combating the virus itself. Creating such a drug was far easier said than done. Developing the antiviral had been a long, arduous road. Okay, well maybe not, okay, I guess they might not be completely corrupt. Maybe they're just like, okay, but we also need to do something for this because there are people that, like, are contracting it right now and we need to have a way to, like, keep them alive. So, fair enough. I'll give them that one. Only after years of research had Osawa's team succeeded in identifying a substance that might qualify as an antiviral agent for UA. In theory, if it was administered during the virus's initial stages, 100% recovery could be attained. Data also suggested an 80% survival rate for patients treated shortly after the onset of symptoms. That's good. That's really good. But there was a fatal flaw with the new antiviral agent. The side effects on the body were unusually potent. If it was administered in amounts beyond a certain threshold, it was linked to life-threatening complications. For a time, the research was at an impasse. It had seemed that the drug had to be administered in high volume to combat the explosive propagation of the UA virus. But then Osawa had received some fortuitous news. Okoshi Pharmaceutical's nanotechnology branch had engineered a cutting-edge device known as the DDS. I mean, I know about nanotechnology from Metal Gear, but for those of you who aren't familiar with it, technology created and or operated on an extremely small scale, often measured in nanometers. There are 1 billion nanometers in a meter. Some nanotech devices are literally regulated on the atomic level. The possibilities are ever expanding in practical fields such as medicine and material science. The United States is among the world leaders in the push for research and development. DDS is an acronym for Drug Delivery System. Such a system administers ultramicroscopic drug capsules to a targeted area of the body. Osawa had jumped on it immediately. By administering his antiviral agent with the nanotech DDS, he was able to use smaller amounts of the drug to quash the UA virus with precision. That's good. Wow, we got videos now too? Damn, am I in school? Because a DDS can be used to deliver a drug with pinpoint precision and only where it is needed, it can greatly reduce the side effects of even very potent drugs. The DDS developed by Okoshi Pharmaceuticals utilizes advanced high-tech polymers, which ensure that the capsules containing the drug are fully broken down and eliminated from the body roughly 1 week after administration. Feels like I'm watching a Dahir InShot presentation. Alright, we're good. The procedure was a huge success. There was a marked increase in the drug's efficacy, along with the expected decrease in adverse side effects. Pharmaceutical is said to have a positive effect if its use brings about the desired results when treating a medical condition, but many drugs create unwanted or unforeseen adverse effects as well. Given the extreme complexity of most drugs' interactions with the human body, nearly any medicine can have both positive and negative effects. They're not wrong. It's like, in my case, I think I might be allergic to aspirin. I mean, I can take aspirin and it will, like, for example, help me with a headache or like any like aches or pains I might have, but I also get really bad heartburn. And it's like only things that contain aspirin. So I don't even think it's like whatchamacallit, like me overdosing or anything. Like, even if it's just one small like Tylenol capsule, I'm just in pain just from the heartburn, which is why like I can't do Alka-Seltzer either. So it's like my options are pretty limited when I need some cold relief, though NyQuil and DayQuil and things that mimic those don't have aspirin in them. Likewise with the Mucinex? Yeah, Mucinex. But yeah, like Tylenol, cold and flu, can't take it, man. The effects had been confirmed via animal testing on monkeys, and now the antiviral was ready for the final development stages, clinical trials on humans. Experiments involving drugs or medical techniques tested on animals to confirm their safety before they are used on humans. The 1964 Declaration of Helsinki, which lays out ethical standards for human experimentation, advocates responsible animal testing, but many animal rights advocates regard such testing as a form of animal cruelty. That is another discussion for another day, because I see both sides of the spectrum, because regardless, you're going to need to do testing. And, I mean, yeah, it is kind of I say kind of, it is a form of animal cruelty, but you also can't really carry that out on humans because you get into ethical things with that as well, unless someone is a willing participant. But then that also raises questions then of like, I mean, you have to take into consideration, would they be part of the control group or the experimental group, which you actually have to like inject them with the virus? Because I mean, humans are able to consent, but animals, I mean, they don't know what the fuck's going on. They can't offer consent. But and then you also run the risk, like the human would have to know, like, if this fucks up, you're dead, and who would be willing to take that risk? Because that's a tough one. That's a tough one to go over. Yeah, clinical trials. When a new drug is being prepared for government approval after it has been tested on animals, it must pass tests on humans, clinical trials, that evaluate its safety and suitability. Such tests are frequently conducted on both patients and healthy individuals. In Japan, the development of new drugs is often hindered by insufficient legal infrastructure for conducting clinical trials, resulting in a smaller knowledge base and fewer opportunities for testing. Damn, we're covering like all of the tough topics here. Wow, this game, I'm impressed. But the very existence of this new wonder drug was still a secret. No doubt Akoshi's leadership would be reluctant to see Osawa, the drug's lead researcher, transferred to another company. Okay, well, that's another layer to this that I wasn't aware of. Still, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Once the antiviral was out of development and announced to the public, Osawa would be free and clear. For that very reason, he was loath to cause any friction over the drug right now. This anxiety only magnified his concern about the email he'd just received. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. There's something I want to show you. Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Osawa opened the door the moment Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. What's this about, sir? This. Osawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. It can't be. Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of the UA virus. Any idea what this is about? Osawa asked. No, sir. These images were just emailed to me. The subject line says 1 year ago, South Africa. They'll put it around the same time as the most recent... they'll put it around the same time as the most recent run of infections, wouldn't it, sir? But that information isn't... Tanaka trailed off. Osawa nodded. The thing I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me. Osawa opened the other email from A. The second message I got says that these pictures are my crimes. I'll look into this on my end, sir, Tanaka said. He hesitated uncomfortably. Sir, just to make sure Are you asking about what I think you're asking about? Osawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod. Understood, Osawa said. Don't worry. Won't trouble you. Oh, I won't trouble you. I appreciate that, sir. Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. Osawa brought up a folder marked UA virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. Can we put like a gray backdrop behind these words or something? My god. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor to reveal the pathogen in intricate detail. A specimen of the UA virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line would take up barely a millimeter. But a single tiny virion, upon entering the human body, would become 2,000 in an hour. The speed of multiplication was nothing short of astonishing. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation period of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. A virus of the family Filoviridae that causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever. Currently 5 characterized species are known: Thai forest, Sudan, Reston, Zaire, and Bundibugyo. Ebola is widely known for its high mortality rate, 53% for the Sudan form, 88% for the Zaire, but the Reston variety, discovered in monkeys that have been brought to the US, has displayed no pathogenicity in humans. Huh. That's new. Well, news to me at least. For influenza, it was 1 or 2. But the onset of the UA virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Once again, that is fucking frightening. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic. Nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that, answers that no man could truly know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with UA day after day. Another email arrived in his inbox. The sender, A. The subject line, 1 year ago, South Africa, again. Osawa read the message. Do not look away. These are your crimes. This time there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each of them in turn. The first shocked Osawa so much that he felt like he'd been punched in the head. One of the UA patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. No, Osawa muttered to himself. It can't be. The second image showed one of the infected, hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. The symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life had come back into the patient's eyes. Gotta love random phone calls. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue, piled high with corpses. The rictus of anguish on the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from the eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. Small organs that function as part of the lymphatic system in mammals. When a foreign substance invades the body, the lymph nodes detect it, prompting the production of white blood cells such as lymphocytes and macrophages to consume the invader. A viral infection sometimes causes the lymph nodes to swell up as a result of increased activity. Okay. There were hospital beds stained with massive amounts of blood and gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. Doorbell. Boy, I kind of forgot that Mother's Day is coming up. More corpses. They have badges affixed to their chests with various labels. 6 hours past, 12 hours past, and 18 hours past. It looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with the antiviral agent. Osawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release, but that was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet. And there was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficacy of the drug without an infected patient. To run a proper clinical test, someone would first need to be infected with the UA virus, no matter how effective animal testing had been. If the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. Without his knowledge, someone, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceutical, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. The time markers on the corpses in the fourth image were surely there to mark the time elapsed since the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drug's effectiveness in those time frames. Osawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of vile human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. The people responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Osawa could trust to keep this under wraps, his boss, Makino. He reached for the phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kamiki's latest album. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer, emotional state. There had been a time when Osawa hadn't listened to music at all. In fact, he'd had no interest in the arts in general. Music, painting, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence that he had found Aya Kamiki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he'd swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamiki's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in the front of the shop. Something about the bright, colorful album packaging had drawn him in. After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice deep breath. Let's call up Makino. He took a nice deep breath and then he dialed up Makino. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as soon as he picked up. His voice was somber. No, Osawa said. Nothing much yet. Tiny sigh came in from the other end of the line. I see. Then what can I do for you? Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Have you conducted clinical trials using the antiviral drug? Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. Osawa described the emails he'd received. When he'd finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. Not over the phone, he said. We'll discuss this in person. I'll head over to your place when I'm done here. Soon as possible, sir. Soon as I can manage, Makino said. You're not the only person who's busy. With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. A stolid-looking man stood in the hallway, oh my freaking god, why can I not read? Almost as if he'd been waiting for Osawa to emerge. Pardon me, Mr. Osawa, but could you come with me for a moment? The detectives assembled in the living room all wore grave expressions. The room was brimming with tension, and Osawa felt it ramp up even further as he entered. What is it? He asked. Has something happened? The man who had come to find him turned to speak, hesitating at first. Yes. It turns out that your other daughter, Hitomi, has been abducted by an unknown party. Called it. He's the parent. He's abducted? Osawa's mind whirled. Oh, that's the last thing he needs right now. What are you talking about? Maria's the one who's been abducted. No, sir, you don't understand. I'm saying that Hitomi has also been abducted, in addition to Maria. Don't be ridiculous. The night before, his daughter Maria gets kidnapped, and this morning his other daughter Hitomi gets carried off when she goes to deliver the ransom? He never heard anything more outrageous in his life. We're sorry, sir. The detective was with her, but police went on to explain that Hitomi had somehow managed to end up all by herself, and while she was alone, several individuals had forced her into a car and driven off. Osawa could barely comprehend what they were saying. His mind was in a fog. The detective's words seemed to grow quieter and quieter. Osawa's strength drained from his body. His ability to process external stimuli began to drift far, far away. It's not possible. It can't be. Could no one keep them safe? Not me? Not anyone? My girls, they... Hitomi. Maria. It's not true. This is all just a bad dream. Some kind of sick joke. It's not true. It's not. It's all just a bad dream. It's a lie. It's a twisted joke. Someone made this all up. Stop it. Stop saying this. I don't want to hear it all. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it isn't true. Tell me now. Please tell me this is a nightmare. I was keeping up for a moment. Slowly, the ceiling began to spin. Then Osawa's vision went awash with white. What? So wait, he died from freaking what? Osawa had a complete mental breakdown when he learned that not just one, but both of his daughters were kidnapped. But surely there has to be someone who can keep Hitomi safe. She's been on the run with Achi. But just what are they up to? The key to changing her fate and her father's lies with Achi's decision at 11:05. So by not doing anything with Achi just yet, I'm guessing he might have been killed, and then It was cited seeing Hitomi getting shoved into a car. Okay, guess I'll go with Achi then. Also, just because I did not sync at the beginning of this session, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The man with the cane aimed his gun at Hitomi, his face devoid of emotion. Please, the girl said, trembling. Why are you doing this? But the man did not reply. Quickly, Achi stepped in between Hitomi and the gun, spreading his arms wide. Stop, he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. Who the hell are you? Still, the man did not respond. You know this guy, Hitomi? No. Achi was sure he'd never seen the man either. What are you after? Money? 'Cause if you are, why are you wasting your time chasing us? The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim to Achi's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left off Achi no doubt that he was willing to pull the trigger. Reflexively, Achi took a step back, his foot clattering against a discarded beer bottle. We're going to get gunned down for sure, unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard. It didn't need to be much. If Achi could distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. Shoot me then. Go on, do it. He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping the provocation would confuse the guy for just long enough. Even as Achi moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. The phone in his breast pocket was ringing. Deus Ex Machina much? Seeing his chance, Achi... Oh, shit! This is something you never want to fuck with a gunman. This... I mean, he's still in front of us in the door, like, he's just looking down at his phone, but then he'll be like, wait, what? Where the fuck you going? Shoot him in the leg, and then, hey, that's it. Let's try to snatch up the beer bottle and swing it at him. Seeing his chance, Achi snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. The man narrowly avoided being struck, but he staggered wildly off balance. Hitomi! Achi grabbed her by the hand and dashed out of the club. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. The phone notification just came at the perfect time for that. Achi began to feel as if they were running some maddening maze. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up! Huh? Achi, wait up! Achi glanced back at Hitomi. My bad. Guess we've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head. No, it's just... I have to get to Dogenzaka. Dogenzaka? What for? What could she possibly need to do there now? That's what I was told when I handed over the attaché case. The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly as I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, feigned smile as if this were some casual conversation. First, you're gonna go to Dogenzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. His chilling tone brooked no argument. Just those 2 things, and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. Okay, then. Give me the money. A blue van in Dogenzaka, huh? Achi muttered. So that's why you just said the police were a no-go. Yes, exactly. Hitomi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister's in that van then. If she is, we've gotta hurry. This sounds suspicious as fuck, my dude. The issue lay in how to get to Dogenzaka. They could probably avoid their pursuer if they kept to streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes like Roppongi-dori or the stretch between Miya Masuzaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were the best bet. It was going to be a long detour. Alright, come on. Turning, Achi headed back the way they'd come. After a moment's confusion, Hitomi followed. Achi? There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, don't sweat it. I actually live in Dogenzaka. We're heading right back to my old neighborhood. Hitomi bowed her head. Thank you so much. Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyway. Achi gave her a grin and she cracked a tiny smile of her own. Hey, you two, you got a minute? Oh. Okay, we got some Yakuza here. Achi looked around. A pair of men approached from across the street. There was something shady looking about them. You don't say. Achi's protective instincts kicked in and he stepped in front of Hitomi. If these guys meant trouble, he wanted to be ready. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the two men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Achi braced himself. Ask us what? You know where the Nokane building is? Ooh. Well, we're about to change this. So wait, this is at 11:15. So that means that I should be fine to go back to Osawa's story too. Okay. Man held up a flyer. It was for some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man. Nokane built. You know where it is or not? Achi knew the name. Wasn't that one of the buildings on Center Guy? That was near Dogenzaka, the same direction he was going. Oh, so he thinks they're... Oh, okay. Well, I know what I need to do here. I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Achi pointed them in the opposite direction from Center Guy. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Thanks, man. Sorry to bug you. The two men headed off toward the main road. Achi and Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets toward Dogenzaka. I don't think I even know this part of Shibuya was here, Hitomi said as she looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. The area was a mishmash of rundown residences and office buildings. Almost nobody ever comes here unless they live or work on one of these streets. And check it out, over there a rare first-hand glimpse of the Shibuya River. A minor river that runs from the Miyamatsu Bridge to the Tengen Bridge, depicted in 36 views of Mount Fuji by Edo period ukiyo-e artist Hokusai. In Hokusai's time, fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, lending credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past. Have you always lived in Shibuya, Achi? Yep, born and raised. Achi bent down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. Just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. He picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, cleanup even matters right now. Hitomi took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it? You're a strange one, Achi. That's so? She was right, of course. It was sort of strange collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hitomi to Dogenzaka. Come on, he murmured. A sudden angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there! Achi and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of argument. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots! And you still got the gall to call yourselves SOS? The Studs of Shibuya, a youth gang operating out of Shibuya founded by Achi Endo. Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. What? He founded a gang? I mean, yeah, Susumu, but... The other man standing around looked distinctly uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know, and since it's not like you're Achi or nothing, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. The top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho. He refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. A change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the monetary front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Learn how gangs work too. Hey, this game is something for everybody. Hitomi looked at Achi when the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly and turned back to the altercation. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Achi's name in my presence? Hey, Achi called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him, the other men went pale. Achi kept his tone casual as he strolled up to the group. Susumu, you can't just give the guy a beat down in broad daylight. To mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks. Teaching us what a beatdown is. Okay, fine. Don't want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Achi. Susumu glared. Can we drop the pleasantries? Aight, Achi replied with the hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out that we're not on a first-name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. His buddies followed suit, leaving Achi and Hitomi alone again. Did you know that guy? Hitomi asked. His name's Susumu Nishizawa. And yeah, I know him. Or I thought I did. Used to be friends way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same crew, but I bailed a little while ago. Achi fell silent. To his great relief, Hitomi didn't pry further. Achi and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking something up along the train tracks. Huh? I wonder. Achi went over to him. Hey man, you picking up trash by any chance? Huh? The man let out a panicked shout. Okay, they're about to teach us what a man is. Oh, never mind. Taisei Yasuda, 35 years old, just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Achi knows Shibuya like his own backyard, but this Yasuda guy is new enough that Achi doesn't recognize him. Sorry, it just kind of looked like that's what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash, of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved. Like, I just got to thinking, man, this place is filthy. Oh my god. Right on! Achi clasped the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it. They do? Totally! I see all this trash all over the place and I can't stand it. Oh, yeah, sure. The man breathed a sigh of relief. I can't stand it when someone throws something away when it can still be useful. I hear that. That's the spirit. Ha! Achi pulled out the trash he had stuffed in his pocket. Here you go. My God. Huh? Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. I usually go around picking up the trash around here, but I got a little thing I gotta do today. You got it from here. I'm counting on you. What? Actually, I'm kind of... Great, thanks. Achi beamed in approval, then rejoined Hitomi and headed on down the street. The man let out a sigh. Fine. Random guy just asking you to pick up trash and you agree? Alright. Slipping through a narrow back alley, they came out near the top of Dogenzaka. Achi looked down the hill but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hitomi stopped making their way down toward Shibuya Station. Hitomi muttered to herself, I don't see it parked around here. Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Hitomi, hold up. Achi had a sudden idea. He darted into a nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hitomi to follow. Heya! He called out to the proprietress, a sharp-eyed, middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely as ever today, I see. Oh, Achi, are you done collecting trash for the day? What kind of voice is this? I'm gonna give her, whatever. The lady took a look at Hitomi, her eyes lighting up. Maki Yoneda. When she was 19, she happened to stop by this place and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. By day's end, she had decided to make the restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed the establishment together. Last year, her husband of 30 years passed away. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. Is this your girlfriend? Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred. Oh, she looks just like a model. She's the spitting image of me at that age. My, Achi's got himself a girlfriend. I said it's not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over. Oh my God. Now you know Achi's got a bit of a mouth on him, and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy. Okay. Hitomi forced a polite smile to her face. He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. Has he told you about Suzune? I like that edit. Ma'am, please. Achi jumped in on the conversation. You gotta hear me out. Whatever's the matter, I'm just trying to talk up your good points. Have you seen a van parked around here? A van? Let me think. Yes, come to think of it, there was. A blue one, she added confidently. Hitomi leaned forward. Where is it now? She asked. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close eye on things outside, after all. Hitomi slumped. I see. I know it doesn't look it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodles came by earlier to settle accounts, and we fought over it. No head for finances, that one. That's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course my part-timer Masa has to have today off, honestly. First-year student at Minorikawa Academy, a sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dogen Hut, and sends all his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend. He's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to both support his mom and cover his dating expenses, so he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. Uh-oh. Achi frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? Older women who run tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. I would say she's trustworthy. Achi decided to follow up some more. Was there anything unusual about this van? Well, let me think. The woman frowned, pausing a moment in thought. Aha! A flash of recollection shone in her eye. That's right, now I remember. I think there was some foreigners sitting inside. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles. And... Oh, okay, I thought it said and. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too. Was there anything else? Hitomi asked. No, not that I can remember. Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. Achi did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might have still found that car. Oh my god, why am I just not able to read? Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while. Just waiting? What good will that do? It's possible that they went looking for you when you didn't show, Achi said. Maybe they'll come back, you know? He sat down on the edge of a planter outside the restaurant. But the criminals already have the money, she said anxiously. Even Achi understood the implications. Now that the crooks had the ransom, their hostage was nothing but a liability. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? That's why you have to do the exchange at the same time. So this was like a setup from the get-go. The situation was bad. Very bad. Still, just running around Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate them. Achi wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? He said. Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down Dogenzaka at any moment. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady, stay in place. That's not what they say. Hitomi burst out laughing. What's so funny? It's slow and steady wins the race. For real? Hitomi smiled, then sat down beside him. Where's this accidental fucking charm coming from? Alright, she said. We can wait here for 10 minutes. Cool. We've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through Dogenzaka for a while. Then she murmured softly to Achi. Thank you so much for everything. Really. You can thank me after we find this van. Sure, if I'd been by myself, I'd have been in too much of a panic to do anything. What can I say? Try to keep my head up and face things as they come. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Achi grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors. Or maybe glasses. The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it probably wasn't a bad thing, whatever it was. Wow, yeah, that woman was not lying when she said he was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Cars drifted on by one after the other, but they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Achi began to grow impatient. It was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then... Hitomi, look! There it was! Ooh. Well. So we've really reached the, yeah, 11:50. Oh my god. I accidentally did everything right for Achi? I mean, that was a given for the freaking gun thing. Like, you never try to wrestle the gun out of their hand. Never. Shown by protagonist actions can only affect other protagonists within the same time block as indicated by the red circle on the chart. Decisions made in one time block do not impact storylines in different hours. If you get stuck, make sure to check decisions and jump points for the current time block. Okay. Nice to know that. Alright, so everything is self-contained in the hour. That actually is good to know. Alright, well, we reached the end of Achi for the 11 o'clock hour. But now we can go back to Tama Because now we know that her boss is safe because Achi told him to go the wrong way. I don't think this matters, so I'll just stick with the choice I had previously. Alright, here we are. The door flies open suddenly and a loud voice belts out. Hold it right there! This music. I whirl around in a panic to see an odd-looking man standing in the doorway. It's Junichi Yanagashita. He's the guy who hired us. What voice did I give him? Whatever, I'll just try to emulate like a 70s like disco singer or something. I heard that, Cherry. Don't you go calling my product junk. That's disrespect. Cherry gave him an apologetic look. Whoops, sorry about that. You should be, but whatever. If you really had doubts, have a try for yourself. Mr. Yanagashita pulls a bottle of Burning Hammer from his coat pocket. Burning Hammer. Sister products include Del Sweats, cellulose. That's actually really good. Better Sweater, Dom Pepperon, Power Burn Z, Mr. Thin, Nega Chow, and Super Nega Chow. At first glance, it looks like some kind of energy supplement, but the cheapo label gives an immediate impression of sketchiness. Go on, says Yanagashita. Give it a go. Cherry reaches out to take it. But no sooner does she grab the bottle than Mr. Yanagashita shouts out once more. Wait, hold on. What? Cherry squawks. What gives? You two. You're both good, stomach-wise. Stomach-wise? Yeah, drinking this stuff on an empty stomach can cause some pretty nasty problems. So just make sure you eat or drink something beforehand. Doesn't matter what, really. Wait, nasty problems? Yeah. Such as what, I ask? I'd rather not say. Nobody would buy it otherwise. Seriously? It's all good. I just had lunch, Cherry says. She flashes a carefree smile. Yeah, you did just have lunch. Both of ours. Well, I haven't eaten yet. But on the other hand, I've been guzzling as much iced tea as I could to fill myself up. It's probably safe for me to try this stuff. I'd rather not. There's also the fact that, you probably shouldn't have drank anything. Because in about 2 hours, you're going to realize, oh wait, I have to go to the bathroom. But oh no, I cannot get out of this suit. That's going to be a problem. Visions or something. I'm going to say no. No, I'd better not drink this stuff. It's not even particularly appetizing. Cherry twists off the cap. Bottoms up, she declares and proceeds to noisily gulp her bottle down. Doesn't seem like she minds it. Maybe it's actually pretty tasty after all. Huh? Aren't you gonna have some too? Oh. That was him talking. Huh? Aren't you gonna have some too? Mr. Yanagashita flashes me a look. Guess I might as well try just a little bit. I stick the bottle of Burning Hammer into my mascot head mouth. It has an unexpected smell, like curry. Getting my own lips around the mouth of the bottle, I gulp down the liquid inside. So then I had no choice. She was going to drink it regardless. Huh? It doesn't taste like anything. A handful of seconds go by. What the heck? It feels like a firecracker just exploded inside my mouth. Now it's spicy. Way too spicy. It's like I just swallowed a chili pepper coated in curry powder. Before I knew it, I'm sweating bullets. Well, you sweating? Miss Yanagashita asks. Like a whole lot? You are, aren't you? Why does he sound so happy about that? That right there is the magic of burning hammer at work. Cherry and I are at a loss for words. Burning hammer? Drink it all you want, just burn those pounds away. How's that sound? Good, huh? This is just so stupid spicy it makes you sweat. Cherry blurts out. Blunt to the point. I approve. Yeah. Well, I guess you're right, Yanagashita says. He hangs his head. What is in this stuff? I ask. I can still feel my tongue tingling. Heck, my body is almost too numb to move. I'm so shocked I even forget to get properly angry. His afro, I freaking love it. So, it's this health food product that got imported from America a few years back, Yanagashita explains. But the import agency went out of business not long after and couldn't move the merch. So I bought up the whole lot. Everything they had in their storehouse, spent all the money I had on it. Cheery arches an eyebrow. How much did it cost you? She asks. 1 million yen for 300 bottles. I can scarcely believe my ears. 300 bottles at 1 million yen for the lot? That's roughly 3,333 yen apiece. Each one of these teensy little bottles cost over 3,000 yen? You got ripped off, man, Cheery says. You really think so? Huh? Yeah, you're... Oh, huh, yeah, you're probably right. He yanks his head even more despondently. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ouch! Cheery moving in for the kill. 100 yen shops? Really? Mr. Yanagashita lets out the heaviest of sighs. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the guy, actually. Don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yanagashita just lets out a sob-choked sigh. Yes, explain to me what a sigh... They are actually explaining... I was joking. A deep breath emphatically exhaled, often a sign of disappointment, stress, or unrequited love. Familiar with all three. Also a way of expressing the anxiety brought on by massive debt. That too. One has no money to give, only sighs. Right around now, Minoru Minorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to sigh this way. Well, we can't jump there just yet. So, around this time, he's exasperated with somebody, too. Alright, I'll probably be making a jump to his timeline after this. I try again. It'll be okay. Whether or not it helps you lose weight, it is spicy and it does make you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Cheery says. How much you selling these bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. Selling all 300 bottles would yield proceeds of 4.5 million yen. After deducting expenses such as the cost of the product, rental fee for the venue, pay for part-timers, and printing flyers, this yields a net profit of roughly 2.5 million yen. It's doubtful that anyone would pay 15,000 yen for a single small bottle, but you never know. There could be a few housewives or young women out there who'd fork out that much in the name of weight loss. A terrifying thought. What? Cheery's jaw practically hits the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nuh-uh. No freaking way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, look. Selling at that price is my only option. I need to cover my costs. Anyway, please. I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently he's committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Cheery replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. As for me, I can't... You find the words I'm so flabbergasted, or can't just sit there and don't speak up? Oh. would not say that to him. I would just do this. Can't even find the words. I'm so flabbergasted. Hey, I try to murmur. Sorry. Oh, sorry. What was your name again? He interjects. Oh, right. I'm Tama. Why are you still wearing your costume? I stumble my way through an explanation. Wow. So then, are you going to do the sales demo like that? Well, if I can't take the massive costume off, I don't have much of a choice, do I? No, that won't do at all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point? I'm at a loss for words. The point is exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. How about we just cut it off ya? Cherry says with a big grin. She pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. The blades make an unsettling snip sound as she wiggles them in my face. Whoa, no, you can't do that, Yanagashita exclaims. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have to reimburse them for the thing. Well then, what am I supposed to do? I ask. He looks at me uncertainly. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down? Oh, maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down, Cherry suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch. Oh hey, good idea, Yanagashita says. He seems to be making an effort to calm himself down at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama. Well, I guess that's that then. That's a cat, not a bear. Okay, well then, pun not necessary. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo. That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model. A model, huh? It's flattering, but I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money, no matter what. My troubles all started earlier this morning. I was at a knick-knack shop on Center Guy. I happened to pass by and I spotted a red necklace on display in the storefront. Center Guy, that's just where Achi and Hitomi passed by. I got this weird sensation when I saw it. You could maybe call it deja vu? Something like that. It was as if I'd been drawn to it somehow. This was mine. I was sure of it. I wanted it. No, I needed to make it mine. As soon as I possibly could. That's how strong the feeling was. The price was 40,000 yen. I checked my wallet repeatedly, but I only had 20,000 on me. Nonetheless, I needed to have it. There was just one question. How? Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagashita. Hey, a voice said from out of nowhere. If you want, I can pay you 10,000 for a day's work. Found myself staring at this frumpy middle-aged man who was handing me his business card. Managing Director Junichi Yanagashita, Yamato Health Foods Co. Limited. Oh my god, that is not a face you can trust. I'm in a real bind here. Need some extra help. Would you mind coming with me? I'm begging you, just one day. He seemed pretty sketchy. As much as I needed money for that necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to walk off. Please! Please! Yanagashita grabbed me by the hand. Watch it, pal, I snapped. Hands off or I start shouting for help. Please, it's not like that. Just hear me out. Look, I'm in a hurry. Please! Please! Knock it off. I spun forcefully away from him, yanking my hand from his grip. Did you judo flip him? Oof! Yanagashita whirled through the air and fell into the bushes. Whoa! Where'd that come from? He gasped. His eyes were wide as saucers. You a martial artist or something? No, I think that was just a fluke. The truth was, I was surprised myself at how well I pulled off that escape move. Okay then. Look, I'm sorry. Can you give me a hand? No way. No, I mean, give me a hand. My hip's killing me here. Ow, 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 ow. I guess the least I could do was help the guy get to his feet. Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who can possibly do this job for me. I let out a sigh, but my interest was admittedly piqued. What kind of job? I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a diet and success story for my product. Oh, Cheery is the before and she's the after. Oh my god. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are going to go through the roof. Well, it was hard to feel too offended when he told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I initially suspected. Alright, maybe I'm interested, I said. There's just one thing. Yeah, whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible. So if the day only pays 10,000, alright then. If you can sell 100 bottles at our sales event, I'll throw in another 10,000 as a bonus. How's that sound? I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. You've got a deal. You have my services for the day, I said, bowing my head. Yes! Yanagashita jumped for joy. What about your hip? Huh? Oh, yeah, it's better now. All better. Fix itself just now. Yanagashita bowed deeply as I gave him a dubious look. Look, I'm sorry, he added hurriedly. Wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just scouting for talent and I saw you and, well... Was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry just a little about whether he'd actually pay up. Look, I'll stake everything on this sales demo later, he went on. This is the make or break opportunity of a lifetime. Sure. I'll be honest with you, I'm in a ton of debt. 2 million yen. 2 million. Yanagashita's tone had taken on a feverish intensity. If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy howdy, am I up the creek without a paddle. How did you even get into a situation like that, I asked. He gazed skyward, a far-off look in his eyes. Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand. He laughed and smiled at his own words, but he was right. I sure as heck didn't understand in the slightest. Anyway, real quick. Could you put this on? Mr. Yanagashita briskly rummaged through his bindle, then thrust a cat costume out toward me. What? Here? Yeah. But for the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. The burning hammer in the sample bottles is cut 10 parts to 1 with water. Even so, it is intensely spicy, and drinking it on an empty stomach is sure to cause gastrointestinal distress, or even make the drinker black out. Yikes. Was there ghost peppers in there? It's hard to believe that a sample of something so dangerous will win over any customers, but you never know. There could be housewives or young women out there who accept such a risk in the name of weight loss. Another terrifying thought. This job's already started, you know. And with that, Mr. Yanagashita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I was going to get my hands on that necklace, I had to take the chances that this job would pay out. I doubt we're going to be able to sell a single bottle of this crap, Cheery whispers in my ear. Oh, well, okay, wrong voice, but whatever. I'll just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than to anyone else. Once again, I ask myself why I'm in such a rush to get this necklace anyway. I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull, aching throb at the back of my head. It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I've gotten a good bonk on the head or something. Amnesia? Well, to be continued. Oh wait, no, that was a keep out for Achi, so... No, I will be going back to his once I unlock an event. Okay, alright, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so that's the end, like, that's the legit end of Tama's line. I just want to make sure. Yeah, we got the be continued. At 11:40? That's early? Okay, let's see, they did allude to, I mean, theoretically, I probably can go back to you. Actually, no, but no, the game did specify that the van was at 11:05, and we're at freaking 11:40 with you. Let's go. Oh, I forgot to do the time chart. Oh, never mind. We're starting back here. Okay. Okay, well, that didn't take long. Slow-looking man stood in the hallway as if he was waiting for Osawa to emerge. It was Yoshio Hajiwara, one of the detectives from the Shibuya precinct. A detective with the Shibuya precinct's Criminal Investigation Division. He is sociable, but awkward, and despite his reserved personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precinct refer to him by nicknames such as Japanese Columbo and Little Kantaka. Japanese Columbo! I love it. I love it. How do you say more and thing in Japanese? It's like Ichi. Like that's all I know. Just like one, like Ichi, and then just like Ichi more thing, and like I just Japanese Columbo. Wow. Now I want a Columbo anime. That would be amazing. Given his own quirky demeanor as a detective. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really. And his treatment of the kidnapping case gave an impression of flighty detachment that made him seem rather undependable. No, not really. Have there been any developments, detective? Kajiwara shook his head quietly. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not really sure what to tell you. That's my awful Columbo voice, I'm sorry. Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. A banana. He pulled out a banana. The game's about to explain to me what a banana is. They actually are. I was not joking. Okay. A highly nutritious fruit belonging to family Musa, genus Musa. Because they contain a variety of different carbohydrates, bananas can provide long-lasting energy and are an optimal energy source when exercising. The famous slipperiness of banana peels is due to the oils in the inner part of their skin, but even if all of the oils were removed, slapstick comedians would still probably slip on them anyway. Are you hungry? These are good for when you're tired. I'm fine, thanks, Osawa said. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective's sense of situational awareness. Just like, well, no, Columbo, he did have situational awareness. This is more so like Monk. I watch way too many detective shows. God, Monk was the shit, though. Oh my god, I need to get, like, the seasons of that on DVD. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. Well, sir, I need you to come with me, the detective said. If you don't mind. He took Osawa by the arm. As Kajiwara hurried him toward the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. He's working at a time like this? Seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people in their priorities. Yeah, I feel bad for his daughter. Her dad's a real piece of whack. Nice. They were bad-mouthing him in his own house. Oh, I'm really sorry about all of that, Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Osawa pushed past him and opened the door. Yeah, what now? Say it to my fucking face. A number of police detectives had holed up in the living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered. So tell me, he said sarcastically, would you rather I stay here weeping as I watch this disaster unfold? The detectives winced and grimaced. Forgive me for not being a perfect father, he added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things go out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy. I am not being touchy, Osawa snapped, but he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not to go out and bring Maria to safety? Already close to half a day had gone by without any new developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before. Those are some quick kidnappers, holy shit. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. by Hachiko in Shibuya, have the sister Hitomi bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace. I'll do it, Hitomi said. Anything for my sister. She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom handoff. Osawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. Really? Y'all some bad police. Ai's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone. We don't have 50 million just lying around. Are the police going to be putting that together for us? Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. If it comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money. Okay, go ahead then, do it. We need you to pay it back afterwards, though, of course. Why am I still trying to do this Columbo accent? Well then, what's the point of that? Ai's voice spiked up into a piercing shriek. Calm down, Osawa told her. You're making a scene. Ai turned away in a huff. It's alright, detective, Osawa continued. I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning and figure something out. At that, Ai stormed out of the room. Kajiwara bowed his head several times in apology. As soon as Hitomi has made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect and take things from there. What? Hold on, won't that put Maria in danger? If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, we'll have no proof that he'll return the hostage safely afterwards. There was a certain logic there. Osawa had to concede. I see, he said. So you're saying that catching this guy will be easier for you if he keeps my daughter hostage? No, that's not what I was implying at all. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his brow and bowed profusely. At least, I promise we'll get your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa. Obviously, there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives. Alright then. I'll let the police do their job. Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had. How long are you just going to... how long are you going to just loaf around? Ai shrieked as she stormed into the room. Hurry up and arrest this guy! She was becoming increasingly hysterical. Can you blame her? Her fucking daughter was kidnapped. Okay, an hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, and so the Osawas had been left in the dark. But they had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and it appeared that they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free. Hey! I snapped again. If he gets away with our money, you are going to reimburse us, right? Osawa scowled. She He made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. The detectives exchanged uneasy glances. I mean, that's your fucking daughter. Osawa chided his wife. It's only money. It doesn't matter. Only money? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here? The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. My dude, you need to get a divorce. By now, he was accustomed to Ai's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who'd passed away 15 years earlier. Ai had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. Well, I continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. Stop dodging the question! Answer me! Yes, of course, Kajiwara squeaked. Maybe you would like something to eat to help you calm down. He held out a banana. I smacked it out of his hand. Oh dear, what a waste. Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear. I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. This is getting interesting. Kajiwara followed after him. Excuse me, Mr. Osawa? Yes, what is it? The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate if you could remain in the living room as much as possible. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Propriety? That? Stand on propriety? Is that correct usage there? Look, I've got a ton of work to do, he said. Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father, too? No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa. Admirable? Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius. A genius? Me? Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. Or, well, so I've been told. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He had never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd after all, Kajiwara went on. Probably he'd intended that as a compliment, but still. I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos, as long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know. Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Saul let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? As long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit about how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, Osawa replied. Right. Precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. I'd appreciate it if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa... I don't think that's the word you want to use there. That is definitely not the word you want to use there. I don't think that... Oh, okay, fine. Osawa gaped, at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing... Oh, goodness, that makes it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. That won't be necessary. How about this, then? This time he pulled out a bar of chocolate from his pocket. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? This is so bizarre. And it's obvious he ate off of that. Like, I don't want that. Oh my, Kajiwara murmured. You geniuses really are tough to sort out. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you then, sir? What I'd really like is some time by myself. In the daze of exasperation, Osawa felt his way to his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. Aww. He pulled out a photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with the fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite them being twins. No, that's actually fairly common. Like my older brother and sister who are twins, they are vastly different from each other. But they are similar in some things, like their personalities though, like completely different. He flipped further into the album. There's a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like something had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters or virology? Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. I mean, also, there's the argument that you can't just let grief take over you like that. And, even in a situation like this, there's only a limited amount of things you can do if the police are actively on the case. So, it's best to just try to distract yourself with something else. He'd known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated, and sometimes made people act inconsistently. Ain't that the truth? One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album. She was nowhere else to be found. That's an interesting point to leave off with on him. So that leaves Achi with the keep out, and then we still have Kano and Minorikawa to go to. I know, phone, right? Okay, let's meet you. Melodramatic much? The Super Cub 90 raced down Route 246 towards Shibuya. A motorcycle produced by Honda with an 85cc engine displacement. A common sight around town, often used by newspaper and postal delivery workers. Many owners are big enthusiasts, sometimes even swapping out parts such as the handlebars or mufflers, giving the body a repaint, resulting in fashionable bikes that don't even look like Super Cubs at first glance. This helmet. The speedometer remained at a steady 60 kilometers per hour. Pumping the gas harder was no use. This was as fast as the bike would go. Minorikawa shouted as he sped along. Damn it, I am not letting you die! He jerked the handlebars and blew past a truck on the inside. The driver scowled at him as he shot by. You maniac! You trying to get yourself killed! Just the opposite, Minorikawa shouted back. I'm saving lives! The stoplight ahead turned red, cutting him off at the intersection. Aw, come on. He had no choice but to slam on the brakes. But his agitation boiled over as he waited for the signal to change again. How long is this thing going to stay red? Hurry up already! He brought the bike right up to the very edge of the line, keeping the engine revved like a dragster ready to peel out. Not on time is not in my dictionary. The light turned red. Then Minorikawa's own light turned green at last, hit the accelerator as hard as he could. His engine died with a sputter. Huh? Oh, come on. What the hell? Car horns blared angrily behind him. In a fury, he pulled his bike over to the side of the road. No matter what he did, the engine refused to turn over. Was the problem with the spark plug or maybe the battery? Whatever it was, he didn't have the time to figure it out now. With tears in his eyes, he left the bike, his companion of 10 years, abandoned on the roadside. Aww. He was about to break into a run when he saw a taxi dead ahead letting out a passenger. He hurried to hop into the cab. Just head for Shibuya Station. I'll let you know exactly where once we get closer. The taxi driver nodded coolly. Of course, sir. 10 minutes! I need you to get me there in 10 minutes. The driver grimaced. I'm afraid getting there in 10 minutes is a bit... 15 then. Sir, that's still... Look, that's all the time I can afford. Assuming traffic conditions cooperate, sir, then maybe. I can't make any promises. Minorikawa looked at the driver's ID photo above the fare meter. His name was Hachiro Kimizuka. He was a middle-aged fellow, looked a little rough around the edges. Mr. Kimizuka, I chose you for this. You can do it. Chose me? Sir, I'm pretty certain we met by chance. Okay, sure, I suppose you could phrase it that way. Anyhow, can we get going? Right. Kinizuka said with a faint sigh. I'll see what I can do. The taxi pulled away at a decent clip. So is this that 11:20 thing they mentioned, or... Minorikawa's frantic journey just started 20 minutes earlier. Yep, that was. Okay. He'd been at home working on an interview piece. He clucked his tongue in annoyance as the ringing phone broke his train of thought. Why did someone always call right when the words were flowing? If he didn't keep getting interrupted, he probably could wrap this piece up in no time. Be quiet! He pointed at the telephone as he yelled. I'm writing here! But his shouting did nothing to silence the ringing. Just have it go to voicemail, my dude. He didn't have much choice but to pick up. Minorikawa speaking. There was no response. Hello? He hesitated, ready to hang up. Was this a prank call? It's me. It's Toyama. It was Teruo Toyama, the president of Heaven Publishing, a publishing company that puts out both hard-hitting non-fiction books and tabloid-style scandal rags. The invincible journalist, penned by company president Toyama himself, was a candidate for the Japan Non-Fiction Prize. Oh, what do you want? If this is about work, I'm already booked pretty full. He'd taken work from Heaven Publishing on several occasions, but the pay was hardly competitive. Lately, he'd been turning them down a lot, so he hadn't heard from Toyama in a while. No, this isn't work-related. Then what do you want? I'm kind of pressed for time here, working on some copy. Minorikawa was in no mood to beat around the bush. It seemed like every conversation he had with Toyama went like this. Ah, you're busy. That's good. Busy's good when you're a freelancer. Toyama sounded unusually sympathetic. Minorikawa found it off-putting. I hear sales have been good on your end, he said cautiously. Oh, I hear sales have been good on your end, he said cautiously. With this month's 4-star General Gossip and all. 4-star General Gossip was a monthly magazine, Heaven Publishing's flagship publication. A magazine focusing on the private lives of celebrities and politicians. Most of the articles found in its pages are random nonsense, but 1 out of every 100 or so contains an actual major scoop, making it a difficult outlet to ignore. It had a small circulation and for the most part flew under the radar, but once in a while they'd land some big scoop and sell like crazy. This month's edition had come with a free scratch card, a gimmick that had moved 100,000 copies with ease. 5 winning symbols in a row wins 100,000 yen, was it? Minorikawa asked. A weak, moist sound came through the receiver. Ew. Baffled, Minorikawa listened more closely. It came again. Then again. It kind of sounded like sobbing. Mr. Toyama. What? Oh, wait. Forgot what the thing is for transcript. Alright. Up. Okay. No, wait. That's... Oh, no. That wasn't... Okay, then. Mr. Toyama, are you crying? Did I skip anything? It really felt like I skipped something. There was another soft sob, and then yet another. What's going on? Where are you? Minorikawa asked. At the office, Toyama managed. He let out another mewling whimper. What's the matter? It's nothing. Well, it's gotta be something. Go on, what is it? Toyama gave no reply. Sir Toyama, you still there? Silence. What is it? What happened? Look, doesn't tell me anything. What the hell is going on? Toyama squeaked out a drawn-out whine. Okay, I'm sick of this. I'm hanging up now. Minorikawa was about to break the connection when he heard Toyama murmur. The only thing I can do now is die. The taxi lurched to a sudden stop as the driver slammed on the brakes. Minorikawa pitched forward, his face smacking against the back of the seat in front of him. Kimazuka stuck his head out of the window. Careful, buddy, he shouted at someone in the street ahead. You're going to get yourself killed. Kano! Minorikawa blinked the stars from his eyes and saw a man moving alongside the cab. The guy grabbed onto the handle of the back door. Please, I need you to let me have this cab. No way, Minorikawa snapped. Just who did this guy think he was? Please, I'm begging you here. Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab. I know how ridiculous this must sound, but please. This is really, really urgent. Urgent? Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please. The guy did look pretty desperate. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here, too. Then let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future's on the line here. The guy sure was persistent. Maybe he was telling the truth. But Minorikawa had problems of his own. Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end, too. I gotta look after me and mine. Right. So sorry to trouble you. Just say you're a police officer. You're the goddamn worst, Kano. Finally, the guy gave up and shuffled away. Guess it couldn't have been that much of a life-ending crisis after all. Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. Damn it! That just cost us 5 minutes! I'll try to make it up, sir, the driver called back. The taxi lurched into motion, the engine quickly revving up to speed. Once inside the building, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of 4-Star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama! Hey, Mr. Toyama! He shouted in vain, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa! The sight as he stepped into the office filled him with horror. Oh, shit. Minorikawa clutched the sides of his head. I'm too late! Oh no! If only I'd gotten here a little sooner! So I guess Kano can't cross his path. Just 5 minutes, yep. Minorikawa rushed to Heaven Publishing as fast as he could, but he didn't get there in time to save Toyama, and sad to say, it was really all Kano's fault. How would he have known? Why does Kano want a taxi so badly? Check his 1110 timestamp and the situation might become clearer. Alright then. Guess we're gonna have to have Kano not go for a taxi. You're the final one I haven't done with for this hour yet. That was almost an actual sentence. As he wandered through the back alleys, Kano gritted his teeth. Going after the guy on the bike had been a bad judgment call. By the time he got back up onto the pedestrian overpass, the man who'd thrown the attaché case was almost out of sight. Kano prided himself on being fleet of foot, but he knew even he would never catch the guy before he disappeared. He'd followed the culprit as far as the alleys, but there he'd lost him completely. All he could do now was hope one of his colleagues caught the man on the motorcycle. Kusei's voice crackled through the earpiece. Mobile Command Center calling all units. The suspect on the motorcycle was handed off the case to an accomplice in Miyashita Park, another foreigner. For real? Kano muttered. One thing immediately struck him as strange. Why hand the case off to someone else at all? Why not just escape on the bike? The man with the motorcycle dumped the bike and fled on foot. We retrieved the bike and run the plate, and we've determined it was a stolen vehicle. And for those of you who don't know, the event... Oh, okay. Never mind. It's not... They're not going to break it down that much. The advanced police communication system is carefully maintained. By using the digital wireless systems in their patrol cars, officers are able to directly access the station's computer network, allowing them to quickly check to see if an individual is on the wanted list or if a vehicle is stolen. We still don't have enough details to positively ID the suspect. The suspect now carrying the attaché case is heading through Dogenzaka, also on foot. We've got him under observation. Dogenzaka, huh? That wasn't too far from where Kano was now. It looks like we're dealing with a foreign crime syndicate that's familiar with Shibuya. All units, head to Dogenzaka. But do not, I repeat, do not attempt to apprehend the suspect with the case. Let's see where he goes. Kano nodded to himself. Without knowing more about the crook's MO, letting this guy go for now was probably the only right call. I just want you all to know one last thing. Kusei's tone grew more solemn. Whatever happens, I know I can count on each and every one of you. Don't disappoint me. Over and out. Kano had the unsettling feeling that the message had been meant for him. Right. It's now or never. The sudden appearance of this syndicate and its bizarre actions were rapidly moving things beyond the jurisdiction of both the MPD and the local police. Mustering his resolve, Kano headed for Dogenzaka. Kano pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Rumi calling. She knew full well he wasn't supposed to take private calls while he was working on a case. Maybe it was an emergency. He decided to pick up. Rumi? I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of something right now? Kind of. Is this an emergency? Well, yeah. So, I'm in Shibuya right now, and... Shibuya? Why'd you have to be in Shibuya now of all times? So, my father came down from Nagano all of a sudden. What? Rumi's father, Shizuo, had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even designed to meet him. Yeah, he told me to tell you he wants to meet with you. What? Now? Kano blurted the words out with more alarm than he'd intended. I told him you were busy working, but he said he'd wait. Okay, well then he'll wait. This can't be happening, Kano whimpered to himself. I'm sorry, I know he can be demanding. That's not the issue. Her dad offering to wait made it harder for him to refuse. Alright, Kano said. I'll have to call you back later, okay? I really am sorry. I'll be at a cafe called Lautrec. It's by the train station. Rumi hung up. For a long moment, Kano stood in a daze, staring at his phone. As if keeping up with the case wasn't stressful enough, at last he stumbled into motion, but even as he scoured Dogonzaka for any sign of the criminal, his mind remained fixed on the meeting with Rumi's dad. There was no way of knowing when he'd be done with his case work today. But could he really pass up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get her father's approval for her hand in marriage? Odds are that this will not be the only once-in-a-lifetime experience Detective Kano winds up having today. Uh-oh. Maybe he could slip away for just a bit. There are plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizuo wouldn't be such a big deal, would it? Man. Cause see, here's the thing. Because I feel if I select this, he'll be like, okay, I need to hurry up then. It's going to be 15 minutes. I need to find a way to meet with the dad real quick. Let me try a taxi. No. Right now I've got a job to focus on. Kano shook his head to clear out the foolish impulses. What the hell has he been thinking? The girl's life was on the line. Marrying Rumi was more important to him than anything. But now wasn't the time. Besides, now that he thought about it, running out on a criminal investigation to meet with the old man probably wasn't going to score many points. Rumi's dad didn't strike him as someone who'd approve of shirking one's responsibilities. Kano would just have to wrap up this kidnapping case a little ahead of schedule. Then he could have a proper sit-down with Shizuo. As he considered his plan, he caught sight of the man with the attaché case walking by. Okay. Further up along Dogonzaka, in the direction the perp was heading, there was Yamate Dori joined Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with a getaway car? No, wait, hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while. The suspect turned down a narrow side road. He wasn't heading toward Yamate Dori or Route 26 at all, but back toward Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It's starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Ooh, Kano radio Kuze on the wireless. Police wireless system is digital, in order to make transmissions more difficult to intercept. There are several different channels available, including the basic local channel, a common channel for contacting other nearby patrol cars, channels assigned to specific precincts, action update channels for riot squads, and so on. There is also a separate channel specifically for kidnapping cases, not on the standard wavelengths. Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make. Keep watching him. Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if... Kano's argument was cut short as he saw the man hand off the attaché case to yet another foreigner. Again? How many times are these criminals going to pull this trick? The detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. Kano followed the man with the attaché case, who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo should be waiting at a nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. That's right, it was called Lautrec. The name of the cafe where college students Ryoko Kakinuma works as a waitress. Named after 19th century French painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, he created numerous works including many posters, book illustrations, and book covers, which are highly regarded in the art world. He kept his eye out for a place by that name as he tailed the target. For long, he did spot the cafe. Its large petite glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. Or plate glass. Why did I read that as petite? What? The sign out front read Lautrec. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away. She was facing away from him. So the man seated across from her must be her father. Kano realized he'd never seen a picture of him. Shizuo grew organic produce up in Nagano nowadays, but until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with the investigation division. MPD Investigative Division, responsible for handling crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and arson that take place within the Tokyo metropolis. Truly exceptional officers are assigned to this division. They are regularly dispatched to various regional task forces to aid in investigations, where their talents and experience often prove critical. The position of section chief is traditionally given only to dedicated personnel well-versed with crime scenes and organizational administration. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was a simple impulse that had led him to join the force. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him well in such a line of work. Once he was a policeman, he thought he could approach Shizuo with his head high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. But after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuo had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he'd made the decision. I'm sorry, that took me aback. So, pretty much he's damn near admitting like he only became a policeman to get in some girl's pants. Alright, granted, he wanted to marry her, but still. That's dedication to the long-term con. Kano had traveled to Nagano many times to ask Shizuo for permission to marry her. But the only response he ever got was, I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop. Kano had never gotten past the intercom before her father turned him away. Years on the force had nearly made Kano lost sight of what had driven him to become a policeman in the first place. And now the chance to meet Shizuo face to face had finally come. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older man with a grim expression. Just who was this hard-faced fellow? It took a lot to rattle Kano, but the guy looked scary. Could this really be his sweet little Rumi's father? The prospect of meeting with him later filled Kano with sudden dread. The man went to the JR Shibuya station and stood before the ticket machine. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. A scene from a popular movie about a kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind, where the crook had made off with the ransom money after it was tossed out of the window of a train. What if this guy managed to get outside the dragnet and pull a stunt like that? It looks like the suspect is going to board a train. Kano informed Kuze over the wireless. Make sure you stay on his tail. Apparently Kuze still wanted to string the perp along for a bit. We've got the lizards ready to pursue. Lizard? Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squads deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. Okay. Why are they called lizards then? Yeah. We'll reestablish our dragnet around whatever station he gets off at. The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. There was no way to tell what station he bought a ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the Yamanote line loop. Kano used his prepaid card and made his way through the ticket gate as well. Officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation simply by flashing their badges, as is frequently depicted on TV, shows, and films. Doing so might risk alerting the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. That actually makes sense. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of a train up on the platform. The man made his way up the stairs looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. The man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. Yes, everything's going fine on this end, he said. There's no need to worry. In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofreads. 225? Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom. Accordingly, 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnappers? Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with... Rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he came. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. It's... Right. Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly unaware that he was being watched. Kano decided to... On one hand, I don't want no trouble, but on the other hand, we have a lot of cops on this here train. So, I mean, one will be able to provide backup at least. Stare him down. Kano decided to stare him down. Ah, my apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. Well, this was a change of pace. You gotta stop staring at everyone. An oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. Sasayama, how'd you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. Are you fucking serious? Boy, you just gotta love on-call week when something new gets rolled out while everybody's working remotely, and then it turns out that system engineering fucked something up. But it's not their problem, it's yours, as you gotta tell everybody who calls what went wrong and how they can fix it, as opposed to system engineering getting their shit together. Rant over. He looks hilarious. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd get-up. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Are you about to tell me what a disguise is? Oh, no, okay. It's quite rare for Sasayama to actually wear a suit. On rare occasions when he does, and he's walking the halls of his home precinct, he frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Sasayama's costume designs from his evidence book. Okay. I knew he would call right fucking back. Yep, knew that was going to happen because of system engineering's fuck-ups. Oh boy, and you gotta love when they ask like, oh, this random program that's on this computer, am I going to need it? Well, gee, I don't know. Like, you don't know your own fucking job? Oh, okay. Second rant over. Let's watch his, Sasayama's, costumes. So yeah, he was Santa, weeb, gangster. Okay. I like this. This is surprising. Okay. For nighttime stakeouts. At where? What he's staking out? Okay. Chef, magician, samurai, and an astronaut, to name a few. But this was a new extreme, even for him. Otaku is an extreme over samurai and astronaut. Okay. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits, but lately his quirk had become tedious. You like the ocean? Huh? Never mind. Sasayama pulled a small bottle from his breast pocket. Was he the one we gave it to? Oh shit! Drink this while you can. Guess you haven't eaten. Huh? What's this? The least I could do. He handed Kano the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. Oh no, he drank it. He pulled an all-nighter and he hadn't eaten. Oh god. Oh, he is fucked. He pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten, so he was glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was, it was bland. It almost didn't taste like anything. Just what had Sasayama given him? Ah, what the heck, anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt a heat like a burning that spread from his insides throughout his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. Oh my god, this picture. It was a ferocious ache. A burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. And there was pain. A numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes. burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, twitchy, itchy, dizzy, sleepy, chilly, willy, nilly. This was not good. This was super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched, his body damp and clammy all over. He felt his grip on consciousness slipping. Sasayama, what the hell did you do to me? With bleary eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle. But you are in? After a scant few letters, Kano blacked out. Oh, man. Kano blacked out after drinking an unknown substance without checking to see what it was. What he drank, it turns out, was a free sample of something called Burning Hammer. But don't blame Sasayama. He was just passing along the sample he got from someone in a mascot costume. But I'm already done with Tama's. Okay. Wait, was I done with Tama's? I'm at keep out with you. Well, alright. I guess we have to go back. It won't come off. Handing out samples. I did not know that was Sasayama. I just thought it was someone who would be more willing to accept it. Alright, I tried to force it off on the businessman to my left. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I tried to force it off on the businessman to my left. Here you go, sir. A free sample of Burning Hammer, the latest and greatest diet drink. The businessman flashes me a look of utter contempt and makes a point of avoiding me as he slips past. Bam! There goes the wind right out of my sails. Wonder how the other mascot is doing about now. And okay. So it's just that simple. So do I have to get to an autosave now, or am I free to jump back? I'm just gonna play it safe. Okay, I'm staying on the stare him down path just to play it safe. But yeah, tried to pass it off on the businessman. He didn't want it. So now we're back here with Sasayama. Okay, just... They even changed this? That's... Actually... Oh, wow, okay. Kano has seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Santa Claus, Yakuza member, Japanese folk singer, and a Buddhist priest to name a few. But this was a new extreme, even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costume antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits. But lately his quirk had become tedious. Concentrate, keep your eyes peeled. Sasayama gave Kano a pat on the backside and slipped away to the next car. The suspect, meanwhile, was still staring out the window. The announcer's electronic voice filled the train compartment. Next stop, Harajuku. Next stop, Harajuku. Huh? Kano almost cried out. The suspect was moving toward the exit door. Apparently, he was only taking the train one station down the line. The train pulled into Harajuku Station and the man got off. The area east of the Japan Rail, Harajuku Station, corresponding to Jingame Ichome in Shibuya, once a bustling Shukuba, or post station, Where travelers could rest while journeying across the country, in modern times it bustles instead with high schoolers after school displaying flashy youth fashion. I see that in Tokyo Mirage sessions. Clothing and accessory stores and fast food restaurants line the streets. Many cutting-edge trends in Japanese youth culture get their start here. The detective following him disembarked accordingly. The suspect walked along the platform and took a seat on an empty bench. Was he checking to see if he had a tail? Sticking around on the platform at a station where you just got off was pretty unusual behavior. Not wanting to arouse the man's suspicion, the investigators from the MPD made their way down the stairs as inconspicuously as they could. Kano, however, had a sudden inspiration and went to speak to one of the station attendants. "Sorry to bother you, but I think I left something on the train just now." He tried to keep an eye on the man on the bench as he fed his story to the attendant. The suspect sat silently on the bench, attaché case clutched securely in his arms. He didn't really look like he was checking for a tail. Was he waiting here for someone else then? Before long, a train heading counterclockwise around the loop arrived. The man rose from the bench and stepped up to the boarding area. They are definitely trying to put him on a false tail. They are definitely biding their time, because let me guess, he's going to take this back like a single stop. They are being like played for hook, line, and sinker, or rather they're taking the bait hook, line, and sinker. They are being played for absolute fools. Wait, what the heck? If this guy got on the counterclockwise train, wouldn't that just take him right back to Shibuya Station? The man boarded the train. Kano had no choice but to follow suit. Was this guy playing them? Yes. The suspect got off once again. The train reached Shibuya. God, what is happening today? Jesus Christ. Oh, somebody's streaming? Yep, somebody's streaming. Ooh. A Danganronpa chapter. And the Danganronpa 2? Oh yeah, they in for a treat today. Okay. All he'd done was go to Harajuku and come right back. Kano reported into Kuze. The suspect has returned to Shibuya Station. Acknowledged. Keep tailing him. Kano felt himself growing increasingly paranoid. This criminal organization didn't seem too keen on getting away. And here was HQ giving these guys free rein. Something was off, he was sure of that. As he tailed the mark, Kano took out his phone. What were Tateno's instincts about the case right now? If the senior detective had any advice, Kano would love to hear it. He dialed Tateno's number. That bald spot is just annoying me so much. The line rang a few times, but nobody picked up. Probably he was too busy seeing to Hitomi's safety. Kano felt bewildered. They've been letting the suspect lead them around for over an hour now. During an abduction case, you generally don't update the victim's family on any developments in case they tend to interfere. Kano can only imagine what the Osawa family was going through right now. After a short walk from Shibuya Station, the attaché case was handed off yet again. This time the recipient was a tall, dark-skinned man. Again, the Shibuya-based task force split into two groups in order to tail both suspects. Kano stuck with the man who had the case. As the previous man had done, the newest suspect wandered around Dogenzaka for a while. Repeatedly looping around and around the same location was a weirdly roundabout way to make a series of handoffs. Excuse me, detective. Oh my god, is that freaking Eric Warheim? Is that his name? From Tim and Eric? Kano turned around with a start. "Oh hey," he said. "I know you." It was Leland Palmer, the lecturer who'd been an eyewitness to the kidnapping. The man practically radiated concern. "How's Maria doing? Is she alright?" "I am very, worried for her." His Japanese was more halting now. "My heart, it is with her family." Kano gave a quick look around. It didn't appear that they were being watched. That is true, but we need some information here. Maybe Palmer knew more than he told the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. Actually, Leland, do you mind if I ask you a few more questions about the party where the kidnapping occurred? Leland squared his shoulders. No, please, ask anything. Do you know what time Maria showed up at the event? Leland hesitated, thinking. Probably around 6 o'clock. She was there when it started. Was there anyone else who stood out? Stood out? How? Like someone you usually wouldn't expect to see there. Leland tilted his head. No, I don't think so. Everyone there was a student from my class, including the exchange students. Not much new here, Kano thought. He decided to ask one last question. Did you happen to hear why Hitomi was running late in the first place? Oh no. Sorry, I'm not very helpful, am I? Leland dipped his head in apology. It's alright, thank you for your cooperation. Please help Maria. I will. Kano parted ways with Leland and went back to tailing his suspect. He pulled his phone from his pocket. It was Rumi again. It was weird that she'd called twice when she knew he was in the middle of something important. Had something happened while she was waiting at the cafe with Shizuo? Kano picked up hurriedly. What's the matter? What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Rather than Rumi's soft soprano, it was a threatening masculine voice that came over the phone. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Kano felt his whole body stiffen with dread. Is this my father-in-law speaking? Don't remember being anyone's father-in-law. The speaker's tone was firm and flat. No, I know, I just, Kano found himself at a loss for words. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Sir, yes, sir. Kano barely squeaked out his reply. Think about getting married? Yes, sir. And speaking of which, I'd love the chance to sit down and have a nice long... Then how long are you gonna keep me waiting? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Oh, how very much Kano wished he could do exactly that. Sir, I would, but... Forget it. The words came in an angry huff. You can't have her. Goodbye. What? Sir, please wait. As Kano cried in desperation, he heard Rumi's voice on the other end of the line. Dad, you can't just use my phone like that. You were taking too long in the bathroom. Give it back. Rumi? Kano tried and failed to keep the heartbreak out of his voice. Sweetie, what's wrong? Your father just said he doesn't want us getting married. What? Dad? What did you say to my boyfriend? Listen to you, calling that boy little pet names and whatnot. I think you're a little too attached. Daddy, you haven't even met him. That's why I told you to have him come see me. How long is he gonna make me wait? Kano listened as the two argued on the other end of the phone. The phone must be lying somewhere between them. Could this get any more awkward? Rumi, I'm sorry, Kano shouted apologetically into the mouthpiece. This is all my fault. Please, you don't have to fight like this. The phone clattered as Rumi scrambled to bring it to her cheek. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Sorry for what? It was Shizuo again, rumbling in the background. You have nothing to apologize for. I'll deal with my father, Rumi said hastily. You just focus on work, sweetie. I know you're in the middle of something really important. Thanks, Rumi. Kano was legitimately touched. I'll do my best. Aww. Kano hung up and went back to the task at hand, more determined than ever. This pointless task that is obviously, set up to waste your time. For Rumi's sake, not to mention the victims, he needed to focus on cracking this case. The man he was tailing was waiting several meters ahead. There was no telling when Kuze might give the arrest order. Kano braced himself to spring into action the very instant the order came down. Mobile command to all units. Once more, the director's voice came in over the wireless. Was it time to make the arrest at last? We've identified the man who first picked up the Achi case by the statue of Hachiko. Hachiko, rather. No arrest yet, then, but still a crucial development. God, his face. Really? That's... Oh. Okay. His name is Tariq Al-Karawan. He's got priors for larceny, illegal possession of narcotics, you name it. He belongs to a foreign criminal syndicate that's operating in Shibuya. Kano felt his apprehension rising. If this syndicate was behind the kidnapping, they were anything but amateurs. And though they might be leading the police on a wild goose chase, they certainly weren't playing around. Well, we got the name of one of them. It's a foreign crime syndicate. But Tariq Al-Karawan. What country would that be? I want to say Iraq? I don't think that would generally be a Saudi Arabia like surname. Though I mean, granted, like people of Arabic descent, like they're all over. I mean, it's not like clear cut like it would be with say like different Asian surnames. So, well, East Asian surnames. Where? Yeah, like somewhere from the Middle East then. Well, this is picking up. So we got to be continued with him. Wait, why weren't the be continued showing up with everyone else? We got to keep out with him. What is... Okay, maybe there is more than I'm missing out on. Well, regardless, we got Minorikawa right here, so let's go back. Okay, is this new? The taxi's tire squealed as the cab rounded a corner. The shift in momentum. Oh no. Okay. Oh wait, no, yeah, because previously he hit the thing. So alright, this one just made him topple over in his seat. There we go, 10 minutes on the dot, the driver announced. Minorikawa righted himself and looked out the window. Shibuya Station. I knew you could do it, Mr. Kimizuka. He told the driver how to get to Heaven Publishing. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes further. Sir, if I may ask. Oh, just what are you in such a hurry for? Or over? Son of a bitch! I beg your pardon? Kimizuka bristled. Not you, the guy who's waiting on me, Minorikawa said. I'm gonna give that son of a bitch a piece of my mind. The multi-tenant building where Heaven Publishing had its offices came into view. The taxi stopped outside. Minorikawa opened the door as he hurriedly reached for his wallet. Then he stopped. What if the worst had come to pass and he needed to take Tama to a hospital? Should he have the taxi wait here? Or would it be better to call an ambulance? Sir, is there a problem? The driver asked. Ooh. Because of that bad ending, I know what happens. Let's have him wait here. Wait here, I'll be right back. Minorikawa was out of the cab in an instant and running for the building. Once inside, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of 4-star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. "Mr. Toyama! Hey, Mr. Toyama!" He shouted and banged, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa! Toyama was standing on the stool, about to slip his head through a noose that hung from the ceiling. "What the hell are you doing?" Minorikawa lunged for Toyama. The two men crashed to the floor in a tangled heap. A pile of clutter slid off a nearby desk and fell on top of them. Minorikawa, what are you doing?" Toyama whined. Dragging himself back to his feet proved something of a challenge. "That's what I'd like to know." Minorikawa's fury was mounting. "What the hell is this all about?" That perfect circle, oh my god. He jabbed an accusing finger at the noose hanging from the ceiling. "Oh, that. One of the fluorescent lights died, and I was just swapping it out. Don't you feed me that bull. What was that phone call all about? That business about how the only thing you could do was die? Tell me." Just a joke." "What?" No, clearly it was not. I saw the bad ending." Toyama curled his lips into a faint semblance of a smile. Minorikawa wasn't buying it, but he didn't have time to press the issue. Cute little voice echoed through the editing office. "Daddy, I'm back from the store." So with the 5 minutes... Wait, so the daughter would have come in after Minorikawa and seen the dad, like, hanging there? Or... Little girl came walking in carrying a length of rubber gas tubing. It was Toyama's 5th grade daughter, Hana. Or Hana? Teruo Toyama's only daughter, currently 10 years old. The night Hana was born at Shibuya Central Hospital, there was an unexpected fireworks display outside the window of the maternity ward. As he looked out at the bustling rockets, Teruo decided to name his daughter Hana after the Japanese words for fireworks, Hanabi. Minorikawa stared. Toyama, you were planning on using that hose to... He hesitated to end his sentence with gas yourself to death. "Well, you know, it's almost gas heater season after all." "The hell it is!" It was a beautiful sunny April day outside. "Well, you know how sensitive I am to the cold." This was getting truly ridiculous. Minorikawa got right up in his face. "Listen, just explain to me what the heck is going on, okay?" He kept his voice low, but his eyes were steely. Hana clung tightly to her father, gazing worriedly up at the two men. "No, it's just..." Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. "Keep out?" To regress further, you'll need to jump from another protagonist. Sometimes jump keywords might be hidden within a tip. A man named Junichi Yanagashita shows up in Tama's story at 11:20. And he lets out a sigh like Toyama's. Try checking the tip for that sigh. What? Okay, this is getting complicated. Oh, so it updated the tip. Right around now, Minorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to sigh that way. And that's how we break that open. No, it's just... Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. It's the scratch cards that were in 4-Star Central Gossip. A type of lottery card featuring areas printed with a special silver ink. These silver inked areas can be scratched off with just a fingertip or coin to reveal potential winnings, providing a quick speed lotto fix. In order to prevent the symbols or letters underneath the silver from showing through, the back of the card is printed in black. Somehow you always seem to lose when you've got your hopes up, but manage to win when you least expect it. That's what the problem is. And what is the problem? If you shine a light on the cards from behind, you can see where the winning symbols are. Whoa! I mess things up dealing with the printing company. All this, he gestured vaguely. It's my fault, my responsibility. He proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Yeah, that's actually pretty bad if people can see, like, where the winning things are. Word was quick to leak on the internet that there was a way to find the winning symbols, and suddenly thousands of card holders turned up en masse to collect. Heaven Publishing was hit with a massive financial liability, and the employees rushed to flee a sinking ship. Before Toyama realized it, he was the only one left at the company, and he was up against a deadline for next month's 4-Star General Gossip. If I have to drop next month's issue, I'll be stuck in debt even deeper. And if that happens, I'm finished. Toyama gave a dismal groan. So don't drop the issue, Minorikawa snapped. He pounded his fist right into the side of a cardboard box. Toyama just shook his head weakly. I've been up for 3 days straight trying to fill the pages. It's not enough. I can't do the impossible. He dropped his gaze to the floor. Countless scratch cards lay scattered about. They'd probably been in the midst of a pile that had fallen off the desk earlier. Each card showed a neat row of 5 win symbols. You can't know if it's impossible if you don't see it through. I'll never make it in time. The proof needs to be done by 8 o'clock this evening. The final stage before printing. When the copy or manuscript is checked for errors, not sending corrected proofs to the printer before the deadline can result in the book or magazine in question not making it onto the shelves in time for release day. And that's no good. Well then, Minorikawa thought to himself. He let out a sigh of just a sigh, not one of relief, then held his hand out to Hana, would you mind giving me that hose? Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minorikawa. This won't be necessary. He tossed the rubber hose into the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama. Show me the layout and the draft proposal for next month's issue. Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief. Huh? You can't possibly be serious. I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind. After a brief, incredulous pause, Toyama hurried off to grab the paperwork. A layout in publishing speak is an outline of a magazine showing which articles will occupy which pages. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over, finding that 12 of the pages were still blank and untouched. He wanted to punch whatever writers had been assigned those pages. See what I mean? Toyama said. It's hopeless. He sounded perversely proud of his failure. Getting enough material to fill 12 pages by 8 o'clock. It was definitely a tall order, all right. Says who? Minorikawa replied. Remember who you're talking to here. You seriously think you can do it? You're joking, right? Minorikawa shot back. I seriously know I can do it. There's nothing in this world that I hate more than a bad joke. Why? Are you doing this for me? Toyama was getting misty-eyed. I'm not doing it for you, you spineless wimp. I'm doing this for poor little Hana. Minorikawa, I'm so sorry. Toyama bowed his head so deeply Minorikawa thought he might put his face through the floor. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter. Oh, forgive me. Please forgive me, Hana. Toyama clutched her tightly in his arms. The girl hugged him back on the verge of tears. Hey now, enough of the waterworks. I've got your backs. Don't you worry about a thing. Minorikawa picked up the draft proposal for the pages that needed filing. The words Shibuya Scuttlebutt Special were plastered across the cover sheet in big bold type. Okay, so a 12-page special edition block on Shibuya. Fair enough. And first on the docket, drink yourself thin with burning hammer. This reeked of a scam. The only way drinking more of something would make you lose weight would be if it were mixed with a laxative probably. Like Slim Fast. Still, there wasn't enough time to tweak the layout plan now. According to the proposal write-up, a product demo was scheduled for 1 p.m. that day. The location printed on the map was blurry and hard to make out, but Minorikawa had a rough idea where it was. It looked like he didn't have much of a choice but to swing by in hopes of getting more material. He scanned further along into the proposal. Society of Surveillance, hidden cameras installed throughout Shibuya. Interesting. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Where are they now? Washed up screenwriter showcase. Sexy Squared. Twins shared top prize at local university beauty contest. Where can I read that one? Shibuya now! Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya? Shadowy foreign crime syndicate exposed. Well, this is getting interesting. Those 7 pieces were to fill the 12 empty pages. That was the plan at any rate, but there wasn't enough material there to make any headway. Oh, is each hour going to be him just, like, getting info for one of the stories? The Shibuya Now article didn't even have any proposed content. This sucked hardcore. It didn't look like there was much material for the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad either. The notes suggested that a few years prior, a group of youngsters in Shibuya had banded together to help fight crime in their neighborhoods. Oh, Achi! Achi and the gang! Achi and the gang! Oh my god! At this point, however, things have flipped around completely and they become a gang of street punks themselves. A turn to the dark side. It had the makings for an interesting article to be sure, but tracking down this gang would take time. Minorikawa was personally intrigued by the one about organ harvesting in Shibuya. Of course he would. The rumor was that organs were being smuggled out of Southeast Asia and fenced locally at a tremendous price. There was even a plan to ascertain the authenticity of the claims. Fascinating. If Minorikawa was going to be spending all day gathering other material, though, he didn't have much time to spare for it. Shibuya Now! The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya? Minorikawa decided that one of those 3 would have to go. He thought about it long and hard as he stared at the draft proposal. There was a good chance he'd really screw himself over if he picked the wrong one. Finally, he decided to cut... Oh, shit! He has a special interest in this. In organ trafficking that could be related to abductions. I'm going to keep this one in. This one, we have knowledge that there is a gang out there. We saw the rumblings of this with Achi. I will keep that. We'll get rid of Shibuya Now. Decided to cut Shibuya Now. He didn't have the time to make up an article out of whole cloth. His goal was just to make sure that 4-star general gossip made it to the press at all. Society of Surveillance. Where are they now? Sexy Squared. These 3 pieces had individuals slated for interviews, but no appointments had been made with any of them. Unscheduled interviews were a dicey prospect. Minorikawa decided to call them up on his cell as he made his way down the list. The only one he managed to get a hold of was Shinosuke Oarai from the Where Are They Now piece. Also, who are you? Former broadcast writer, has appeared on various popular variety shows on commercial network Sun TV. He currently heads up a small theater troupe known as the Wandering Angels, operating out of Shibuya. Later today, the troupe is putting on a performance at Theater Ace in Sakura Gokucho. Did I pronounce that right? Sakura Gao Gaukacho. Alright. He said he'd be willing to give a 15-minute interview after 2:30. Minorikawa sighed. He'd just have to get material from the others in a more impromptu fashion then. Putting his nose to the grindstone, he started throwing together a schedule for the day. Was it possible to get all that material and write it all up and still finish the whole thing by 8 o'clock? Without your moped? Oh, but the cab is still out there. Oh my god, that fare is going to be ridiculous. It was no use. No matter how he tweaked it, none of his simulations ended with him having a proof ready on time. He just needed one more thing, and that was another rider. Minorikawa zoomed through his contacts list, calling up all the freelancers he knew. The results were depressing. Answering machines. Overseas on business. In the hospital. Currently doing time. Before long, he'd called everyone he could think of except for one, novice freelancer, Chiaki Iso. Chiaki was a bit of an odd duck, a reporter who was scared of talking to people. Yeah, that could do it. Minorikawa had never known anyone who became so hopelessly flustered in a one-on-one setting. Clearly he's never met me. In such a rattled state as to be unable to speak, Chiaki's tendency to become flustered is famous among her freelance writer colleagues. Once she conducted an hour-long interview during which she only managed to ask her interview subject's name. Yet another chapter in the legend of hopelessly flustered Chiaki. No, that can't be a reference to Danganronpa Chiaki. Because she didn't really have communication issues. If she couldn't talk to people, she certainly couldn't do interviews. And if she couldn't get any real interview content, he wouldn't be able to write much in the way of copy. Would she come to his aid if he asked? Quite probably. The issue was whether she would hinder more than help. I mean, dependable folks could help. But we could probably give her something that doesn't require an interview. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. Minorikawa decided to call up Chiaki. The phone rang several times before his sleepy voice finally answered. What? Hello? Why are they not... Okay. Chiaki. Hi, it's Minorikawa. Are you free today? Huh? What? She seemed thrown by the abrupt question. Did you just wake up? Huh? No, I mean... Well, yeah. Good morning. Her voice still sounded half asleep. So then I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today, as usual. Pretty much. No work, no money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. If I'm not awake, I can't dwell on how hungry I am. She didn't sound well, almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I've got work for you. I'm over at 4-Star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP. What? You really mean it? That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Minorikawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. First, I want you to take a look around Shibuya for this group of vigilante types. By vigilantes, you mean people who have volunteered to help prevent crime? There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they've turned into a nasty street gang. Did you say street gang? Nuh-uh. No way, absolutely not. Minorikawa could almost see her shaking her head on the other side of the line. What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something? He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former for that matter, but still he understood her concern. Alright, I hear you, he said. Then how about you go hang around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? Street interviews? There's a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah, just talk to normal, regular people walking around outside the train station. Should be fine, yeah? But Mr. Mino, street interviews aren't really my, Apparently it was beyond her capacity to give him a simple no. No buts. Just interview at least 10 people and give me an article by 6 o'clock. Okay. Minorikawa had originally planned to axe the Shibuya Now piece because it didn't have any content, but getting some quotes from people on the street would at least make for useful filler. That gave him a sudden idea. He'd take on the vigilante story himself and have Chiaki handle Shibuya Now. That was plenty of work to keep 2 people occupied throughout the day. The more time-consuming organ market story would have to be cut. Really? After explaining what kind of interviews he was after, Minorikawa hung up. Okay, I've gotten us another writer. We'll get through, Toyama, somehow. Toyama shrugged gloomily. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's actually one more problem. Are you kidding me? Minorikawa couldn't hide the irritation in his voice. What is it now? The loan company is sending a debt collector over at 4 o'clock, but as you can imagine, I don't have a single yen to give them. That's less than ideal, yeah. So what's the plan? Well, they've said provisionally that if next month's issue gets published, they'll be willing to wait on repayment. Then there's no problem. The issue's coming out, guaranteed. But they're not going to take my word on that anymore. I'm going to need to prove it. If we could fill, say, half of the 12 pages by the time they show up, I could probably convince them. Alright, Minorikawa said wearily. So for starters, we need 6 pages by 4 o'clock? They had to get all 12 pages done as it was. That made a perfect midpoint to shoot for. Any other problems you'd like to let me know about? No, Toyama said. No, that's all. I really am sorry about this, Minorikawa. Again, he bowed his head low. Minorikawa felt distinctly awkward. He had known Toyama for years and had never been kowtowed to like this before. Yeah, well, just let me handle it, alright? Minorikawa unfolded a map of Shibuya. The first order of business was deciding where to begin getting content. He marked the editing office with a circle, then considered where to head next. Diet drink sales demo? Where are they now? Sakurogoki, Society of Surveillance, Dogonzaka, Indo Electronics. Sexy Squared, Midoriyama Academy. A university associated with Midoriyama High School. Notable alumni include famous actress Masami Nagahama and National High School Basketball Championship winning pitcher, the Tissue Prince. Its educational philosophy is summed up in its slogan, Word, Skill, and Beauty. A very high percentage of winners of the Miss Midoriyama contest go on to careers in the entertainment industry. Shibuya Vigilantes, location TBD. The diet drink sales demo was at 1 o'clock, and the interview with Shinosuke Arai for Where Are They Now was slated for 2:30, so those times were set. The question was what to do in the interim. No, why go there? Because that's at 1. Let's go to Dogonzaka. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Dogonzaka and check out Indo Electronics. Yeah, that should give him what he needed to put together the Society of Surveillance piece. Okay, I'm heading out. And don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Minorikawa hustled out of the editing office, hoping Toyama would take his okay. God damn it, I know how to read, but fuck, that admonition? Why can I not pronounce that? Because I know the verb is admonish. So admonition? Screw it, let's go with that. Admonition to heart. Exiting the building, he hopped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Thanks for waiting. Can you get me to Dogonzaka ASAP? Son of a bitch. Minorikawa bristled. I beg your pardon? That son of a bitch you wanted to give a piece of your mind, sir. Was he waiting for you like you expected? Oh, yeah. And I damn well did give him a piece of my mind, too. Heh, glad to hear it, sir. The taxi sped off. Why are they bonding over that? Minorikawa pulled out the proposal and looked it over again. The idea for the surveillance story revolved around the claim that hidden cameras had been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts, upwards of 500 of them. Supposedly, these had eliminated lots of blind spots and the crime rate in the area had dropped significantly. The cameras were managed by Daisuke Endo, the owner of Endo Electronics and chairman of the local downtown committee. That was Minorikawa's first mission then. He needed to get this guy's story. Scanning the side of the road, Minorikawa finally spotted a rundown electronics shop. The sign out front, which looked like it might fall off at any moment, read Endo Electronics. Right here's fine, rather. The taxi stopped and Minorikawa pulled a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet. Keep the change, he said. Wouldn't you rather keep the guy right there for... Okay, fine. What? Look, don't sweat it. The name is Minoru Minorikawa, and I'm a freelance writer. I care about two things, what's real and what's true. There's real worth to what you've done for me. That there's my token of appreciation. It's not much, but please take it. Minorikawa slid out the taxi and headed for the electronics store. I thought the gag was going to be that it wasn't enough. Inside, Endo Electronics looked more like a mountain of hoarded junk than an actual business. Towering piles of ancient appliances stretched toward the ceiling. Old television sets with dial knobs leaned against computers with 5-inch floppy drives. Okay, yeah, the youngsters are definitely going to need to know what this is all about. A storage medium for personal computers in production from 1976 to 2001. The magnetic discs are sheathed in paper or plastic jackets and are known for their tendency to flop around in one's hand. Technically speaking, they are 5.25 inches in diameter. Incidentally, Door, released in 1983, the debut title from the game's producer, Koichi Nakamura, was produced in a 5-inch floppy version. Okay. What possible use could there be for all this outdated stuff? Mr. Endo, are you in here? Minorikawa called out. Nobody came to greet him. The shop was definitely open, though. Surely the proprietor hadn't left it unattended. Hey, Mr. Endo! Come on, I know you're in there. After a short wait, Minorikawa heard sounds from the living space behind the shop. The door opened to reveal a tired-looking middle-aged man. Yeah, what do you want? Are you Mr. Endo? Minorikawa asked. I am, the man said guardedly. And I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Could you come back tomorrow or... Please, just give me a minute. I'm a freelance writer. Name's Minorikawa. Minorikawa showed Endo his business card. I'm writing an article for 4-Star General Gossip. A magazine piece, huh? Precisely. So if I could just have a little of your time today... The phone rang, cutting him off before he could get down to business. I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Endo reached into the clutter and pulled out a telephone. Hello, Endo Electronics. The proprietor listened for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's a problem, all right. All right, understood. I'll try and get a hold of the customer then. Endo sat the receiver back down. What was that all about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, yesterday I sold a dry ice machine. And the manufacturer just called to let me know the model is defective. Defective? Apparently once it starts making dry ice, it won't stop. I need to tell the customer I have to recall the machine and refund their deposit. Please give me a moment. Endo sifted through some sales slips, read a number off of one, and made a phone call. Nobody picked up on the other end, however. That's right, he grumbled to himself. He said they had some performance today. Performance? Minorikawa asked. I sold it to a guy from some theater troupe. They're called the Wandering Angels or something. A theater troupe run by Shinosuke Orai. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m. they are performing their 22nd piece, Au revoir. Right now, all of the actors are already at the theater except for Akiomi Mondo, who plays the rival of the main character, Ryu. The angry production chief has sent his assistant to Mondo's apartment, but he does not yet know what awaits him there. Continuing the tale of the Wandering Angels, episode 2, 6 episodes in all. Wandering Angels? That was Shinosuke Orai's theater troupe. Minorikawa had an interview with him booked for 2:30. Anyhow, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? Minorikawa hastily explained what he was after. Endo gave him a dubious look. As I said earlier, I'm a bit busy right now. Busy cleaning up, I hope. How do you get anything done in this mess? Why, are you this rude to all your interview subjects? 5 minutes! Just give me 5 minutes of your time, please. You've got to be joking. Go on, get the hell out of here. Endo headed for his back room in a huff. Fine, then I'll just have to write about what you've already told me. Namely, that Endo Electronics sells defective merchandise. Huh? Just what are you implying? Did you or did you not sell that theater troupe a defective piece of equipment? Look, I'm going to get in touch with them as soon as... I'm betting they're in a hurry preparing for their performance. I doubt you'll be getting through to them today. Endo bit his lip. And I have your attention, Minorikawa said. Let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I'm meeting with a member of the Wandering Angels a little later today. I can let them know about the dry ice machine for you. In exchange, all you have to do is give me my interview. Endo scowled. And where's your proof that you'll be meeting with the Wandering Angels? I might take advantage of a guy when he's down, Minorikawa replied, but one thing I'm not is a liar. Shopkeeper took a few moments to think about it. Fine, he grumbled. 5 minutes, that's all you've got. Minorikawa whipped his notepad out of his coat like he was drawing a gun. Then let's get right down to it, shall we? Go right ahead. So I hear that over 500 surveillance cameras have been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts. Yes, that's right. Why so many? We used to have a lot of delinquents in town. Young people who act rowdy or cause trouble, often at arcades or convenience store parking lots, and who frequently resort to petty theft and other mischief, also referred to in more outmoded terms as ruffians or hoodlums. Endo said the word with marked distaste. Oh yeah, I remember there being some problem kids around. Oh, well, that was what Minorikawa said. They were real punks. They vandalized my signs, made a mess of my storehouse. They were just awful. Minorikawa scribbled diligently in his notepad. Heck, my own son put together a sort of vigilante squad to help teach those punks a lesson. I'm not even paying attention to the names. That's Achi's dad. Okay. Wait. Vigilante squad? Whoa, hold up right there for a sec. Minorikawa jutted out his hand to interrupt. This guy's son was a part of the vigilante squad. What a stroke of luck. Maybe he could also provide some info for the article on the gangs of Shibuya. Sorry, I don't mean to get too far off topic here. Could you tell me the name of this group your son belongs to? They call themselves SOS. Originally a group of well-meaning young people who would get together downtown as a sort of vigilante squad, trying to keep Shibuya clean and safe. In those days, the group never engaged in theft or other criminal activities. More recently, however, SOS has become one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya, resorting to defacing public property with graffiti, shoplifting, and shaking people down for cash. Pride themselves on being the top gang in Shibuya and all that. The top gang in Shibuya? Did I really just hit the jackpot right here? Not to pat myself on the back, but go me. All I have to do is step outside and the story finds me. I think I might be a natural at this. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure. You should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. Well, let's jump to it because we had to keep out. Hitomi, look. There it was. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Achi couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He'd been right. The crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Achi said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed toward the van. Hold on, I said wait! She wasn't slowing down. Achi caught hold of her arm. Wait! This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have go help her. Thought I was seeing things for a moment. Okay. No, she has go help her. She has go help her. Or rather, if we're speaking in first person, I have go help her. Okay, whatever. This is just falling off the rails. Achi knew full well what it was like to be impulsive. But this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I was going to go take a look first. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some random guy comes snooping around? Oh, huh. Yeah, you've got a point. Achi thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. But what if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Let's risk it. Okay, let's go together then. Does that work for you? Please, we have no idea who or what we might run into. Hitomi gave a slight nod. All right, she said. But let me go first and you follow, okay? Got it, Achi replied. Achi waited as Hitomi started walking, then followed her at a distance so it wouldn't look like they were together. She headed straight for the van. Two men got out of the car, neither of them Japanese. Achi picked up his pace in case he needed to close the distance fast. One of the men approached Hitomi and said something to her. She gave an affirming nod. Suddenly, the two men grabbed her from either side. They dragged her to the van and shoved her into the back seat. Achi broke into a sprint. Of course it was a trap. Duh. He couldn't guess what their whole plan was, but kidnapping Hitomi was obviously part of it. But before he could reach the vehicle, the door slid shut. The van sped off an instant later. Achi raced after it. He ran as hard as he could, thinking of nothing else. He couldn't give up now. Couldn't let things end like this. He'd made a promise. No quitting halfway. And no turning his back on someone in trouble. But the car kept getting further and further away. For long, it was just a blue speck that vanished into the cityscape. No! Achi never saw Hitomi again. Oh, well, that's definitely a bad end. Achi did try to warn Hitomi that checking out the van by herself was dangerous, and oh look, she got herself kidnapped. Maybe he should have put his foot down and checked on things himself first. Did they give me that option? Well, let's try. Oh. Okay, yeah, they did give him the option to put his foot down first. Alright then. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Achi's eyes. Please, he continued, we have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're going to try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod. Please be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will. You can count on it. Achi stepped out into the open and started walking toward the van. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying any attention. Yep, I am just an ordinary passerby. As he got nearer, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside, or even how many people. Gotta love that tent. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Uh-oh. Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Achi was surrounded. Whoa, what? Hey, what's the deal? Achi said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step toward the vehicle and looked inside. That's a knife. One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it in Achi's direction. He probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Achi went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. Beat his ass, Achi. Oh shit. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped out like a light. The others stared and then rushed him. I saw that UPS truck. At least I think it was. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done. Achi was just going to have to take out the rest of these punks too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-1 wasn't going to be pretty. Achi! He heard Hitomi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she had come out of hiding anyway. Hitomi, stay back! How's he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Within moments, a number of passerby had gathered around the fight. Maybe they'd heard Hitomi shouting, and they all got cameras. They all taking pictures. Hell yeah, millennial culture. Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This ain't just some petty squabble. Someone call the police. Some of them began taking photos with their cell phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Achi couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch him on foot, Achi merely watched it go. He'd failed. This was his fault, all of it. Achi bit his lip hard. How could he possibly face Hitomi now? Achi. Hitomi's voice was hollow, empty. Achi stared down at his feet like a scolded child. I'm sorry, I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not. I see. The word so simple and matter of fact stung him to the heart. I'm so sorry. But Hitomi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. I know I messed up, but I'll... He was going to say I'll make up for it somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Ooh, shit. Across the street, staring at them, was the man with the cane. Hitomi, it's him! They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down Dogenzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. Achi wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into alleys and side streets again? No. It was more dangerous to head someplace where there'd be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dogenzaka for now. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd along Center Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Achi and Hitomi could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogenzaka and through the intersection in front of the 109 building. Come on, Hitomi, just a little further. Okay. She was panting, but she pressed on. Achi risked a glance back over his shoulder. Huh? He stopped in surprise. What's wrong? Hitomi asked. That guy. He's not following us. The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Director Kuze is sending a message to all officers over the wireless, and so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual. An observant individual might notice. Is he an officer? Oh no, why would he pull a gun out on Hitomi then? It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about this behavior right now. The cameras. So they are keeping track of the police. And then the fact that all these officers are like just standing around on the wireless, the gunman knows something is up and he's not following them because they're going right back into the midst of things. Hitomi, can you still run? Yes, I'm alright. Then this is our chance. This way. They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. But they also needed to find the van again and rescue Hitomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? Achi wasn't sure one way or the other, but with Hitomi in tow, he hurried onward along Center Guy. To be continued. I think that just leaves Minorikawa. Oh no, these are actual like to be continued things. Yeah, Osawa. No, yeah, okay, Osawa is done. So is Kano, Achi. Oh, now it's showing. Oh, because I had to go back for the thing to trigger. Okay, alright. Well, now let's finish up Minorikawa. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure. You should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. Oh, Minorikawa hesitated. Guess he's of no use to me then. That's still good info. Learn about their, like, humble beginnings and where they went wrong, you know? Oh, believe me, I know how you feel. The look on Endo's face spoke volumes. There's no point in interviewing Endo's son if he wasn't with the gang anymore. It figured that Minorikawa's run of good luck would end eventually. Still, he got a lead in the form of a name. SOS. That was progress. Alright, so back to the matter at hand. He flipped his notepad back open. What did you decide to do about all those juvenile delinquents? I set up tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. Cameras designed to send video information to a computer via the internet. Look carefully and you can often spot them outside private residences and even on public streets, where they are installed for use in surveillance. Given the risks of transmitted data being intercepted, the images recorded by such cameras are generally encrypted to prevent playback by unauthorized third parties. Many landmarks and attractions make their camera footage publicly available online. I see. And I'm guessing the webcam did the trick? Sure did. And so then other local businesses heard about it and started asking me to install some for them. Web cameras aren't particularly expensive, so it wasn't too tough to set them up all over downtown. So who's in charge of those security cameras? Members of the downtown business committee take turns. The cameras are connected to a wireless network that business owners can access throughout the area. Oh my god, we getting into a network talk now. Take notes, children. A LAN, or local area network, communication system that can only be used within a limited geographical area. A wireless LAN transmits using electronic signals. Although convenient because it does not require cable attachments, there is a risk of signals conveyed in this way being intercepted by a third party. That's no good. How's your security for this wireless network? Oh no, the problems on... no, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no problems on that front. Endo seemed surprised at this question. All the footage sent over the network is fully encrypted. Encryption is the process of encoding data so that it is indecipherable by a third party. Restoring encrypted data to its initial form requires what is called a key, a program designed for this purpose. There are two main types of such cryptographic systems. Secret key crypto systems use the same key for both encryption and decryption. Public key crypto systems use a public key to encrypt the data, but require a private key known by the recipient in order to decrypt. Yeah, that's, a basic idea of encryption. But still, people can't feel too good about being recorded on camera without their knowledge, don't you think? Minorikawa asked. Now we're getting into ethics. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. We hope to strike a balance between crime prevention and protecting individual privacy. Uh-huh. And who determines what that balance is? Minorikawa let a note of challenge slip into his voice. That would be me. I've been entrusted with the management of the security cameras. But who's watching the watchman? I'm proud of myself for slipping that in. I see. So essentially, you're providing your own moral oversight. Are you implying that I'm abusing my authority? Endo shot back. I'm doing this in the name of public order. Right. You've had your 5 minutes. Now get out of here. The shopkeeper stood up and headed into the back. I'll be sure to let the Wandering Angels know about the dry ice machine, Minorikawa hollered at the closing door. Episode 2. When Akiyomi Mondo didn't show up at the theater at the meeting time, Episode 2. When Akiyomi Mondo didn't show up at the theater at the meeting time, production assistant Yukio Tozuka went to call on him at his apartment. Upon arriving, Tozuka found that the place had been staked out by debt collectors. Mondo had borrowed 300,000 yen, and they wouldn't have leave his home until he paid up. It looked like the only way to save Mondo was to give the debt collectors the operating funds for the theater. But before Tozuka could head back to relay this news, the props master, Shinichi Mondo, showed up. Continued in episode 3. Endo didn't reply. Minorikawa had gotten enough of a story to put an article together, so he decided to hurry to a coffee shop and get started on some copy. He was making his way down along Dokenzaka when his cell phone rang. The incoming call display showed Chiaki's name. Chiaki, what's going on? Oh, it's no use. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. What's no use? I can't do this. I just can't talk to people passing by on the street. What? Why not? It's just that everyone seems so busy when they're walking past. If I try to interrupt them, they're going to be all mad at me. Well, who the hell cares if they get mad? Minorikawa was ready to start ripping his hair out. I don't want them to be mad at me, she whimpered again. Well, this wasn't about what she wanted, was it? She was supposed to be working, not whining. Look, Chiaki, you need to give me those interviews, period. Do I make myself clear? Interview children if you must, like, if it's easier for you. He hung up before she could squeeze in an objection. Damn it, Minorikawa muttered. Just what I needed. One more thing to worry about. He pulled at his hair a few times, then cast his worried gaze in the direction of Shibuya Station. Okay. Some people are having easier times than others. But I think that's it for 11 o'clock. Once she's dead, you'll understand. He's right back where we started. Buddy, you're a weirdo. Eels and I are one and the same. What? Please keep this email a secret. Eels and I are one and the same? What? That got me off guard. Hey, cat's out of the bag. Okay, so next time we're starting the 12 o'clock block. Minorikawa is hard at work. You just got a really concerning realization about just who you're dealing with. You're still on the run from the gun guy. You're just wait, what did we end off with on the... Yeah, you're just waiting for the start of the demo. And you have quite a lot on your plate. Like, you know, the police in your house, just trying to save your daughter, possibly one of the lead investigators being suspicious of you. And you need to follow up with your boss about some illegal testing that's going on. How's the virus going to play into this in any way? You as well. You seem like you're just here to really, like, give Minorikawa something to do. And I thought with the abduction thing that would tie him into, like, the string of kidnappings, but he dropped that story, so... Trailed off there. I don't know why I'm so tired. Probably due to the fact that I went to sleep at about 3 a.m. and then I've been getting calls since 7 a.m. this morning. And I did not have a chance to go back to sleep. Every time I lie back down, oh, somebody else called. I forgot my password. Oh, I need to access this program that I'll never use, but whatever. No complaining. But yeah, next time we enter noon in Let's Play 428 Shibuya Scramble. Don't know who I'll start with next time. We'll see. Thank you all for watching. Have a great day, and I'll see you next week for more of this game right here. Goodbye.